was just ad after ad after ad after ad. Yo, come get this emulator and get the Super Nintendo with the Sega and the PlayStation and the Dreamcast all in one. I was like, yo, I just clicked on it one time, bro. Relax. TikTok don't
Man, even
play.
at
There is a box out there. There is a box out there that it houses all 4 cartridges. You can play all 4
even
cartridges on one.
ads got ADHD nowadays.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah, but you need the proper controller. Like Tyson's Punch Out without the proper Nintendo controller is just not the same.
Yeah, when they came out, did you guys ever had the turbo stick? How that changed all that Nintendo button you could push.
Oh, bro, it made Mike Tyson's Punch Out feasible.
They had those glitch controllers. For sure, they had it with the Sega. I don't know if they had it with the PlayStation. But you could like turn on a button where you could just hold it and then it just hit as fast as possible. You ain't gotta you ain't gotta do nothing. I forgot what it was called. That's funny as hell.
And they had Game Genie.
Hey, JP, do you remember the hack on Mega Man where if you had the second player hold the right button down, like you could fall down the pit and cross the whole level without dying?
I did not know that.
Oh, I think there was a glitch for that on Mario too. I just don't remember which one.
Everybody knew the Super Contra code.
Right. Up, down, left, right, A, B,
Yep.
select, right. What about the blood code for Mortal Kombat?
Oh yeah. Oh, I used to get those little cheat books. You get them like monthly. I had a subscription to those.
I did too.
Nintendo Weekly.
Well, then they came out with that online version, cheatcodecentral.com.
Oh yeah.
It's still up, by the way.
See,
It's still up and it's still functioning.
it would be cool if we could like digress back to that where video games were in arcades and these consoles were simple, and I mean that would be cool.
Simpler times.
Yeah, like all these Marvel things and all these Star Wars, they always blend digital and analog. Like Star Wars, the computers are very basic, but they have interstellar travel, so obviously they're very technically advanced, right? So it almost seems like they found just enough blend to kind of keep it organic.
That's the hardest thing, keeping it organic these days. Like everybody's redoing everything now.
Well, like my wife works in a school district, and these kids are all using ChatGPT and AIs to write papers now, and I'm like, well, that technology is coming. So instead of fighting it, how about to turn the paper in? They have to write it down in cursive and turn it in written by hand. That way, they kind of learn the information as well as are written when they're writing it down.
Yeah, but you got to get that approved by the school districts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We got a couple new speakers up here, but first, probably you got code or did you just drop?
I just dropped. I'm on 2% now, so we're making progress.
Oh my god, what the? Hopefully JT is making progress too. Y'all go send some love over to Run Boston Beer. He doing his 100K today. Yeah, that should be fire. I think he did go live earlier. We missed it. So I went ahead and linked it up there. If y'all want to just go send him some positive vibes, let him know Level Heads is rocking with him. I told him when he crossed the finish line, he got a shout out Level Heads. He probably already done with that 100K. Started like 10 minutes ago. Like, oh, that's easy. That's a light jog.
Yeah, that's a special forces requirement, is to do 100K.
Oh, snap. So yeah, I'm gonna clean out some of the nest because it's like I think it's a little glitchy for me. But we got JG in the building. We got Doug Dude in here. We got 12.
Yeah, good morning or afternoon, depending on what it is. Yeah, I thought I found a good space to hang out with, but then you guys are getting on lists because you're talking about hacking the phone system by making collect calls, leaving messages. You're such a rebel group. I remember when I was a kid, I would be stuck at the laundromat. My mom would leave me there to watch the clothes, and they had a pay phone. And the thing was, if you didn't drop a coin, the call would go through, but they just couldn't. The person on the other end couldn't hear you speaking, and you just brought back good memories, you know. So I would call, and my mom would hear me, and she'd go, "Okay, I'll be coming," because nobody would be on the other end. Anyway, thought I'd give you some shit about being rebels, you know, breaking the phone laws.
You want to talk about rebels? You didn't know the paperclip hack? I found that out in junior high right before the payphone started going away.
Are you talking about screwing the end off the phone?
No, you don't have to screw the end off the phone. You unfold a paperclip, right?
Okay.
And where the keyhole is for the coin box.
Yep.
This is the weirdest thing. It worked too. Put the paperclip on one end, and then put the other end of the paperclip in the speaker receiver of the phone, and it would like do something and
so you're
cancel it out.
You're completing the circuit. So how they do it is I'm an old copier technician, so forgive me. I don't mean to be. But so in a speaker you have your positive and your negative wire, right? And so the mic is just a reverse speaker. So the microphone, the part you would speak into, they would disconnect the negative, the ground, so that nobody on the other end, when you make calls, unless you drop a coin, then it would connect that ground internally. Unless you drop a coin, you're not going to get the connection. So what you're talking about would make sense because you're grounding the negative connection to make the mic work. I never knew about it, but logically, technically it would make sense. You're just
It worked. I couldn't believe it. I used to get free phone calls all the fucking time.
Yeah, I gotta leave. You guys are gonna be on lists and doing a crazy shit like that. You're gonna get me in trouble.
Man, there's no more payphones no more.
Yeah, well, they're gonna
have them at the zoo as like antiques.
Damn, be that old? Be like, what's a payphone?
But you're talking about flat Earth. I got to challenge you there. I know the Earth's not flat because I looked. It's lumpy. Water's flat, but the Earth is lumpy. Come on, guys. It's a false dichotomy.
Lumpy Earth.
Lumpy Earth. How it doesn't fit in with Friday though? How could you relabel that?
It's got to be a Wednesday. Lumpy Earth Wednesdays.
Humpy Earth Wednesday, Hump Day. I don't know. I'm not a marketing guy.
Lumpy girls need loving too.
Man, this went all the way left with it.
Yo, that's how you make it stick.
Sticky Buns Monday.
Marketing 101.
He said lumpy girls need love too.
See? You won't forget it.
Hey, so I'm probably older than JG, so bear with me. A friend of mine I go back and forth with all the time. He got me into conspiracy theories. I was totally brainwashed 10 years ago. I didn't believe nothing. But now he's hitting me with things that are like, globe Earth facts, supposedly. I don't know if you guys, and I apologize if you guys already talked about this because I just got online. There was a thing that came out with Bill Burr where he was talking about VHF signals or VOR signals. And he said, all you got to do is look up VOR signals and you'll know the Earth is curved. So I did a little bit of homework and I looked up this book. It was called The Basics of VHF Signal Propagation. And in that book, it does say that the limit of the VHF signal is due to the curvature of the Earth. So anyway, I'm just wondering how I can fire back at my buddy Tate as to why what he's showing me is incorrect. I know the stuff Witsit went over with the I forget the name of the radio waves that I think it was the Germans used and the British didn't, and they wound up crushing them because they didn't. And I knew that one was,
I got a good one for you. I'll give
okay.
you some footage of UAPs, and you could tell them that you see the UAPs every night now. It'll kill them.
What is it? The UFs?
The UFOs, you know how they call them UAPs, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can forward you some footage, and you can tell them that you see them every single night, right? And just do it for I don't know, forever long you want to, because I have like 15,000 videos of the UAPs. They're
Huh.
mine though. They're mine. I see them every night, you know.
Oh,
But you can tell him that you're starting to see them and stuff, and you see
yeah.
them every night, and see how he reacts. He'll probably I don't know. You'll probably get, depending on what type of friend he is.
Oh, he's a
Even
good friend. Yeah, he's good. He's a good dude.
Well, you'll see how good of a friend he is when you start telling him you see these things. Okay, because I've dropped a whole lot of friends of mine have just dropped off.
No, and he definitely believes most of the stuff I've sent him. I've sent him a lot of stuff, YouTube videos that Witsit's done, and he's watched a few of them. But every now and then he comes across a thing like that, and he fires it at me, and he's like, "What about this?" And I just didn't know how to respond because
Forget about that. I'll give you footage. I'll give you one footage, and you start off with that and see how he reacts.
okay,
Just to play around, and don't get serious, because it can get serious. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I'd do my best not to
But
get too serious.
don't give it away until he starts getting like angry.
Okay.
Is he a ham by chance, or a radio operator at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I'm a extra. If you know anything about, I'm the highest, uh,
That's the
whatever
highest
you can
rated.
get
Yeah,
by whatever you can get through the FCC. It's all bullshit anyway.
yeah.
You know, all the Uncle Charlie and all the
Do they charge?
all
Do they
first-
charge you for those ratings, or do they? You have to
No,
pay money to get up
it's
there? Or?
$15 to take the test.
Oh, okay.
And if you take one, so there's technician, then there's general, and then there's extra. Um, and if you can pass them all in one sitting, it's $15. But if you have to continue on and do more testing, then you pay $15 whether you pass or not. But there are 12-year-olds and even I think an 8-year-old that passed all three, studied for 5, 6, 7 years with dad, and she was able to pass all three in one sitting. But so when ask him why is it just if it's the curvature of the earth, why is it just the certain frequencies? So AM can propagate a lot further, right? And AM is a bigger or lower frequency than VF, very, and UHF, ultra high frequency or very high frequency, right? And
Yeah.
so it's the frequency and it's being able to propagate. It has nothing to do with the curvature, and
Yeah.
it's silly. So I also teach like defensive shooting, and I understand firearms, but I'm not a long range shooter. And they'll talk about something called the Coriolis effect, which
Yeah.
is the spinning of the lumpy earth. I'm sorry, you guys think it's flat. The spinning of the flat earth or the globe, whatever, that causes this bullet to move from where it is because of the time in flight, right? Well, the Coriolis effect is bullshit because if you look at a hot air balloon or you look at airplanes, they don't move based upon the spin of the earth, but this bullet does. But what is interesting about a bullet is it is spinning out of a high power rifle when you shoot long range. It spins to help maintain balance and accuracy to carry down. And you get something called Magus effect. So the Magnus effect is actually called spin drift, which depending on what it's traveling through, it's causing friction. And so like air is like water, but it's less dense, right? So
Man, that's awesome. I've heard of people talking about the Coriolis effect and
it's bullshit.
shooting and
But
all that stuff, but I've never heard. You just taught me another term. I never heard of the Magnus effect. That's awesome. Yeah.
yeah, that's why the bullet shifts because it's spinning a specific direction. And then it's rubbing again. There's friction with that and what it's through. We think we're moving freely through our atmosphere, but we're not. There's air. It's causing friction on our bodies and stuff. Now, when we're in water, we can definitely feel it because water's more dense than air. So it gives you it, and it's also ask him how you can keep the atmosphere in if there's no container, right?
Yeah.
So the reality is actually more mind-boggling than just the physical curvature or
It is.
flat Earth.
It really is. The more you dig into
It's
it.
yeah. The truth is everything is driven from mind or consciousness. Nothing is actually real. There is no physical existence.
Yeah.
And that's hard concept for people to grasp, but it's so wild. We are a Fibonacci, a repeating sequence.
Yeah.
So if you look in the heavens, you have 12 constellations, or some say 13. And then if you look in your cranial nerve of your mind, of your brain, there are 12 cranial nerves, but if you look up, some say 13. These dual, this repeating sequence throughout everything in nature. Okay. So Jesus had 12 disciples. With him, it was 13. When Jesus died on the cross, the temple veil, which on the sides of your head are two parts called the temple. All right. When Jesus died on the cross, the temple was torn in two. And what that is showing us is the veil that keeps us from knowing the truth is our physical reality. When he died to the flesh, but he lived. He was still alive. He died to the flesh. And so when we can go beyond the physical, time and space, the physical world, and get past our ego, and we can do this through, and it's not a one-time event. We're not capable, at least I'm not capable of doing it consistently, but I know the truth. You do it through prayer, fasting, and meditation, right?
Or DMT.
Well, that's another. So that's an interesting one. So you have Jesus. You have Jesus who died at age 33. There's 33 vertebrae in your spine, and then he descended into hell, which is the lowest part of your spine. Is called the sacrum, or the sacred place. And then he rose back up and was magnified in the heavens, which is your head. Okay.
Yeah,
And
Eric,
then you
Eric Dubay taught me all that stuff, and then he started talking about the FTE, and he just destroyed my faith in him. What happened to him? But anyway, I don't change the subject.
So when you go back to Santa Claus, though, so you were talking about DMT and psychedelics, right?
Yeah.
So Santa Claus came down the chimney, and then he leaves presents. It's the same story as Christ, and I believe Jesus actually existed. In as much as the physical realm exists, is real, because that's how things are pulled out of the quantum field and they're manifested. That's how we were created. We are all creators. We're all humans, light that manifests things, right? We're different shades of light. But so go back to Santa Claus. Santa Claus comes down the chimney, and I got a question for you. Where does he leave the presents in the tradition of most Christian German? Where are the presents left?
Under the tree.
Guess what grew under the trees?
Mushrooms.
Yep.
Yep.
It's all symbology. So all of this stuff is symbology to point us back to the truth. And the thing is, spiritually, for any spell to have its hold to keep you locked in, they have to tell you the truth, because we were all created. All of our conscious being has free will. Now, when they show you the truth and they show you the lie, we have a choice to make. And so it can all be revealed. But to do that, we have to shed our ego, and we have to go within through prayer, fasting, all of that. And don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying religion, because religion actually is one of the chains that they use to say in Christianity, I'll just take that one because that's the one I know. They'll say that God loves unconditionally. He loves you so much. He loves you completely unconditionally. But if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're going to burn in hell forever. Now, if you can believe that, and then that keeps you bound. That's called a limiting belief. But when you come to the knowledge that doesn't make sense, Hosea 4:6 says, my people suffer for lack of knowledge. Then you come into the truth that the whole physical world is illusionary. And then you get into all of quantum physics and quantum science and quantum computing. And then ultimately that led me to the 7 Hermetic principles, which is, which the principles are simply law. Somebody earlier was talking about law, and there's law and then there's legal, and they're 2 different things.
And when you use those terms like quantum computing, quantum physics, and all that stuff, you might lose some people. But the simple fact is, like, everything we know, there is no solids. Trees, wood, concrete, everything is actually just
space,
faster moving, whatever you want to call them. We call them atoms, but that's just the name we give it. But there's actually no solids. And we know that now for a fact through physics. So it just adds to what you're saying with the quantum stuff. There is no solid, so it's probably all an illusion or all
the 7
Maya.
Hermetics law.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you talk about the 7 Hermetic principles, you have the principle. So they're a law. They're written into the code of the consciousness or the universe or God, whatever you can say, so that your limiting belief doesn't trigger you, right? Because when you talk about God, some people are triggered because they're anti-religion, because religion has harmed them, and I totally get that. That's a limiting belief. So we could talk about our universal consciousness. You could talk about nature, whatever term you want to use, because it's hard to fathom even when you have a glimpse of the understanding. And so there's a hierarchy of the principles, and those 7 principles rule everything. And when you can't escape the law, okay? But when you start to learn and gain understanding, and it's not a one-time event, it's an unfolding, it's a constant, then you can use one principle to counterbalance the other, so that as humans in the physical, we can mitigate the pain and suffering that we would otherwise experience due to, like, for instance, the principle of rhythm, where we'll have high periods and low periods. So if you understand the principle of vibration, the principle of correspondence, or the principle of mentalism, you can use those to counteract the other principles or laws. It's anyway, I'll shut up. I don't mean to.
No, man, that was great stuff.
Wait, was that JG that was breaking down all that?
That was awesome. Yep, that was JG.
Okay. Shout out to you, JG, and shout out to you, Doug, for posing a question. That was kind of masterful how you took that from VHF all the way to your inner self.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the time. I'm still listening. I'm just gonna mute.
No doubt. Hey, before you go, Doug, I did go ahead and link some long distance VHF record signal propagation.
Okay, great.
I put it up top. It says VHF record signal transmissions. There's a link there. I think it's an older link. They have a newer one that's updated. I probably should have linked that one instead, but this one has like a list from all of the different VHF signals.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about it is the distances far exceed the limitation of the Earth, the geometric physical curvature of the Earth. And there's one that I highlighted because, in Florida, they don't really have too much elevation. And seemingly over that distance all the way, which one was it? I think it went from Florida all the way to California. They sent a VHF signal. And interesting thing that I think someone had mentioned earlier, there's a difference between AM and FM. But the VHF are supposed to be attenuated by the curvature of the Earth. And they were able to send this one. I mean,
just by increasing the frequency or the power, the attenuation.
2,300 miles they sent it, bro.
Okay.
The lumpiness does block. The lumpiness of the Earth does block VHF at times, though, like through mountains and things. But look, they were able to reach all the way to the moon with these signals. Remember when they landed on the moon? I'm never sarcastic, by the way.
Yeah,
Hey,
we
JG.
definitely can't tell.
JG.
Well, it takes 41 seconds, if I'm remembering correctly, to send a radio signal from Vietnam to America. While it's to the moon, it only takes about 8 seconds. So.
Hey, JG.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put something in the nest for everybody to look at, and if after you look at it, if you can try to explain it, that'd be cool. I sent it to Doug so that Doug can use it against his buddy.
Not against, because we never want to go against. We want to be with them. And
I
I
mean,
would ask him.
it's just,
I would ask him what the difference is between AM and FM,
oh.
right?
Okay, I'll start with that. Yeah.
No, just use the footage, man.
Okay.
You really be able to get them. It's just for fun. But I'll put it in the
He
nest.
said he'd be able to get him. What are you trying to? What was he? What would he be trying to accomplish by getting him with UAP?
No, you'll see it. You'll see it. You'll see it. I'll put it in the nest right now. Everybody can take a look at it. Okay, it's real though.
But yeah, so Doug, if he's asking about VHF signals, and we know that these signals propagate in a linear fashion, and they're reaching their receiver far beyond the limitation of the curvature of the Earth, I think that would be challenging for the globe to explain with empirical evidence and a causal mechanism.
And we got to get it to Bill Burr. He's the one that started all this.
And it challenges the flat earthers too, because the Earth's not flat, dude. It's lumpy, because otherwise the signal would keep carrying on.
Yep.
I mean, there are peaks and valleys, right? So we're not talking about like a smooth surface. So,
How long till I get booted from this?
oh no, we don't take no mics, man. We don't take no
what you're
mics.
saying is true. Yeah, what you're saying is true. In that book, the basics of VHF signal, it does talk about, the higher the altitude, the further it'll go, because it can propagate over mountains and stuff like that. So,
But what about when it's coming from Florida, where the max elevation is what?
oh man, that's true. Yeah, like sea level.
Yeah, that's why I picked Tampa, because I was like, let me see what it looks like going from Florida to California, and based in Tampa, where this began transmitting from, there's only about a 50-foot max elevation.
Oh man, yeah, and no matter what, you're going through the Sierra Nevadas or something. Yep.
So I mean, yeah. So bookmark this tweet up top that I shared up to the left about 15 minutes ago. It has the link there. You can go and play around with some of the values if you plug them into the Earth curvature calculator. The one that I highlighted was from Florida to California, and it seems to be over 2.9 million feet of missing curvature. Don't know how globe Earth can explain that. Not sure how concave Earth can explain that. I know how flat Earth can explain that. Just go straight.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard my idea about the skip zone test?
Oh, about going where they say it should be bouncing off of the sky, where it's like a dead zone, and seeing if you actually pick up a signal.
Yeah, and then like eliminating all potential excuses from the jump. And I actually want to kind of set. I can't remember if I told you guys about this, but I want to put together like a few of those tests, and then the funding for the tests from both sides. So it has to be presented in like a neutral, non-biased way, right? That both sides agree that it's a good test. Both sides feel like their sides are properly represented in terms of the predictions going into the test, to where both sides would cooperate together in terms of even funding. And then the funding is done via crypto, so that it's entirely transparent on like a blockchain and can be tracked, like every single dollar in. Have a few public wallets. And yeah, one of the tests, and then of course document this all, have like a little crew, and of course they all be like truthers that are actually documenting it, and we're in control of all the footage. But anyway, that test specifically, one of the tests that I had thought about is like what you said. Yes, like putting someone in the skip zone, and then specifically having directional antennas. So you can have antennas that are like directional, direction specific, meaning that you can only send and or receive horizontally, for example. So like if the signal was even received, it had to get their line of sight horizontally, right? Couldn't have come in at an angle. But yeah, you pick somewhere like Tampa to somewhere in Louisiana, or Tampa to Texas. It's all based on your height, obviously, height of the tower. And then you do the math of where the globe Earth should block the signal. and you just send it out line of sight with horizontal antennas. So really on its face, even the fact if you even received it at all, that wouldn't work on a globe. But to go even further, you just do the math. The globe should block it here, which means in the globe paradigm, they're claiming that the signal continues up towards space, quote unquote, and then reflects back down. You put the individual with the receiver right in the middle of the skip zone or the dead zone and see if they receive the signal. And in the globe paradigm, they cannot receive it. So yeah, I mean that's like a definitive test, right? I mean
You would think,
that would
Austin, but
show.
I've watched every single debate you've ever done, and short of a flight going from wherever in the northern hemisphere to the South Pole and continuing somehow straight, where everybody agrees we're continuing straight, I don't think any glober's ever gonna. There'll be some reason why it didn't work.
Well, that's why we have them commit ahead of time.
I'll commit the first $1,000 to the flight right here, right now. If everybody wants to start pitching in, I don't know. Probably they'll never let it go. They'll probably shoot it
Man,
down
they
first.
already
Before it ever
denying
goes
the
any
flight
further
to
south.
Antarctica. I don't even know if flight's gonna work no more.
And there's no way to truly verify that you're going straight anyway. Like you
Oh,
can't
okay.
even verify you walk a straight line. You know what I'm saying? So when you are on a plane or a boat, there's no way to know that you're going straight.
Wow.
But yeah, but this test has been agreed upon by most of the most staunch globers ever that it would be definitive, which speaks volumes because, like you said, certainly this group of people are like the last ones in the world to ever say that something could definitively disprove the globe because they just like avoid falsifiability at all costs. But they pretty much all agreed. And so what you do is you get like people that are quote unquote experts in terms of radio transmissions. You have a bunch of different ham radio operators. You have different engineers, with degrees and whatever their relevant expertise and their professional capacity is related to the field. And then you show the predictions. You explain the globe model, the stillman of the globe. You have the ionosphere, whatever, and you send a frequency that's way higher than the ionosphere anyway.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
So,
Do we have to use a lower or a higher frequency? Like, do the high frequencies have skip zones too?
so this is the thing, right? So they say the ionosphere is like 40 megahertz, up to 40 megahertz. So, like in theory, if you send something 41 megahertz or higher, then it would penetrate the ionosphere, right? Because the ionosphere, is just plasma. Like ionized gas is just plasma, right? But so it would reflect off if it was the same frequency or lower, it would penetrate directly through it if it was higher. But that's already been done, right? We send signals that are way higher than 40 megahertz and they go way beyond the geometric limitation of a globe. So they've come up with this other theory that there's like ionospheric clouds and not literal clouds. They just call it that, like how they call an electron like a density cloud. Like they claim that there's like an electron cloud. It just means a region, a quantified volume or region. And so they're claiming that there's this theory that there's like random little pockets or clouds within the ionosphere that have a way higher frequency, and they're really sporadic and they move around or whatever. And so the proof of them is that they must be there for it to be a globe, like literally, right? So that's what they say now. So like if you send like a signal that's 300 megahertz and it goes 2,500 miles and it should have been blocked at 20 miles according to the globe, they'll be like, oh well, it was skywave propagation. It bounced off the ionosphere, and you'd be like, wait a minute, that can't be the case because it would have penetrated the ionosphere. They'd be like, oh well, there was a cloud there, a density cloud, and whatever. Now they claim with their like supercomputers and all their programs, they can't even really make that theory work for many different reasons. But like the best theoretical version of it has these little regions, these high frequency regions, topping out around 400 megahertz. So if you send something like 900, you know, that means that my point is that this test would check multiple boxes. You have horizontal antenna, directional antenna, so that it's like can only really receive a signal if it's line of sight. So Boom, that can't happen on a globe. You have the signal way higher than the ionosphere, so it shouldn't even be able to bounce off the ionosphere, should penetrate it if you receive it. Shouldn't happen on a globe. And then you put the person right in the middle of the skip zone. It's called a skip zone or a dead zone because the signal's supposed to be going towards space, nowhere close to you. Shouldn't happen on the globe. So this test, that's like 3 crucial components, and that shouldn't happen on a globe. And then you just do multiple different frequencies, multiple different tests. And yeah, I mean, I think this is damning, right? Like, and so you have LoRa, which is a long distance, transmission from maybe 15 foot up on like a fishing boat. They sent it line of sight over the water.
Oh, the
And
Loran.
no,
No, it's Laura.
yeah, it's
Okay.
like long range, whatever.
Okay.
If you look up like LORA, uh, long range, whatever, it'll pop up like so. It's just like LORA 830 miles or something like that. So there's a fishing boat, and then there's a little buoy that's like 5 foot tall. They sent the signal out. It should have been blocked at like 10 miles or something. I mean, it shouldn't have been anywhere close to what it was. It went 830 miles successfully, and we're deceived by this little buoy that's like 5 feet off, or maybe even vice versa. The boat received it, right? So anyway, they what they end up claiming for that is that it's called tropospheric ducting. So basically, that there's like a temperature inversion layer in the atmo in the troposphere, which is of course the bottom layer of the atmo, and that it creates effectively a mini ionosphere in terms of it traps the it traps the transmission, makes it bounce up and down within it.
Just localize just localize the phenomenon, right?
Yeah, and of course that doesn't work anyway because it's like you can't just say things like verify there was a temperature inversion layer there, and how would that have been like homogeneous for 830 miles? Like weather doesn't stay the same for 830 miles, and of course this would be an anomalous occurrence anyway, like a temperature inversion layer that creates like this little mini tunnel. So this anomaly was homogeneous for 830 miles. It makes no sense. You can't just say things anyway. You need to verify evidence. The only thing that is actually known about that was that it was optimal conditions and that it was very, very clear. And so what a coincidence, it was super clear, and then they sent a signal super far. Well, that's what flat Earth would predict, obviously. The thing that stops transmissions is obstruction, interference, attenuation, so since those things were at the lowest, it was sent the furthest. So my point is that there's a few things that they always try to claim. That was 915 megahertz. But I just think that getting all these excuses laid out, measuring all the variables so that you can take it all off the table, right? These are one of the tests that I think should be done. So should a long distance flight with a gyroscope, mechanical gyroscopes, thank you, bro. It should tip, 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 then flip. Like definitively has to do that. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of the next step as we just move towards really laying that out, funding it all very transparently, having quote unquote experts from the globe sit there and break it all down, have them interviewed, let them have a little whiteboard, break it all down, show all the math, completely still man the globe, every possible explanation, every possible prediction, and then very precisely measure all the variables, measure the weather all along the path, the vertical density gradient, temperature density gradients, the humidity, the rate of attenuation of different transmissions, test out different frequencies, have the directional antenna. That's what we should do. We should have all hands on deck, make a super bulletproof definitive test that both sides agree are definitive, should be definitive, and then work with the Globers. And I don't mean anti-flat earthers per se. I mean, we can hear their input or whatever excuse they could try to come up with in advance, but I'm talking about like people who think the Earth's a globe that are intellectually honest, that would be considered authoritative. Though we know that it's kind of stupid in many ways, but yeah. All right.
There's a
Can I
few
ask-
ham radio operators on Twitter that we could touch base with.
Can I ask a question?
Let me read this real quick. JG. I think that was JG that said that. This is what Whistle was talking about. This is article Ionospheric Propagation Sean Victor Hum. Radio waves below 40 megahertz are significantly affected by the ionosphere, primarily because radio waves in this frequency range are effectively reflected by the ionosphere. And then they say the E and F layers are the most important for this process. For frequencies beyond 40 megahertz, the waves tend to penetrate through the atmosphere versus being reflected. So that's why we got to go to a higher frequency so it's not affected by what they call the ionosphere. Now, this is something I didn't know, which I'm definitely going to start looking into now, which is LoRa. And it says LoRa can achieve a long range of up to 800 miles, with current world records standing at around 830 miles, according to recent reports from quote unquote the Things Network. This record was set using LoRaWAN trackers on a fishing boat transmitting to a gateway on the Canary Islands from the Portuguese coast. So yeah, 830 miles, world record. So if we could replicate something that's not optical, because they get away with a lot of stuff when we use optics when trying to like refute the radius. If we could use something that's not optical, I think that could be like probably the most definitive thing when testing the radius. Maybe some others, but this one definitely. I like it. My bad. Go ahead, man. You got answer those, ask those questions. I'm gonna link this stuff down here. And
Yep. My question is, do you think the people that have certain belief systems came to them through testing and logic?
No, they
Like,
came to them in indoctrination.
so why would testing and logic help bring them out of that? Is my question.
It would only
Showing
ever, right? It would bring people that want to know the truth. You know, who cares about the other people?
See, in my perspective is different. I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective. Because I used to think, you know, kind of what you're talking about. But I think if people believe something, either however they got to that belief, right? If it's knowledge or they just believe it, how they came to it is how they have to come out of it. So if somebody is not seeking the answer for themselves, I don't, in my opinion, I haven't seen somebody being shown an answer because there's something in psychology called cognitive dissonance. And what happens is it's a defense mechanism. It's actually for our survival. We have our subconscious mind, which is programmed from age 0 to age 6 or 7, depending on who you talk to. The child's brain is in a theta wave state. And so theta allows the subconscious to be programmed. So like when they imagine, when they're playing with their imaginary friends and all this, it's 100% real. And then as we grow older, we become more attuned to how the world, the physical world works. And that doesn't work that way. This is how it works. And then after that age 6 or 7, depending on, then we start to get fixed ideas or beliefs, which I would call limiting beliefs, which is what quantum physics teaches us, prevents us from doing things based upon our belief system. And so if somebody doesn't seek it out actually for themselves, this is at least my opinion from testing experiment, they're not going to come to the knowledge. So there has to be something, in my opinion, to inspire them to want to research it for themselves. And then when you research things for yourself, you learn new things which are just fanatical and you can't believe it. And then even that takes an unfolding time. So I went from this to this to this to ultimately reading Walter Russell because there were still gaps that I couldn't find. And when I started reading Walter Russell through this progression, I realized that everything physical is illusionary. Everything. Our physical bodies are illusionary, and that we are beyond space and time, and that we're actually eternal beings that live forever. And I know that's way far out there. It's a way zoom out. But because what I was dealing with was trying to show people these things I was discovering to be true. And every time I got the same reaction. They would take it for a few steps. And then soon as cognitive dissonance kicked in, it was like a light switch. And when that light switch flipped, it would go from any kind of logic to a pure emotional reaction, which is our subconscious programming protecting us from the danger that it senses, right? So it's a survival because we're in our subconscious, we use our subconscious 95+% of the time. We're not mind present. We think
And
about the future, we think about the past.
before you can even get him to seek the truth, Austin did a whole episode on trauma. And man, I think you have to get people out of the trauma we're all in. We're all been traumatized at some level.
Yeah, but you guys realize that there are a lot of people who have began like a journey of realizing that they have a whole lot of internalized, unfounded beliefs that they were simply told to believe and never truly considered. And now they're trying to wake up. Like there is a group of people that are actually trying to figure it out and are just unsure. They're like unsure exactly what the earth is or whatever. There is a group of people that do want to know the truth. And that's who this would be for. Like I don't it's literally futile to try to convince a group of people who are not interested in knowing the truth if the truth were something contrary to what they currently believe. Like, yeah, it's pointless. But that's not who these tests would be for. These tests would just be to for everyone interested in the truth, right? To just try to compile empirical evidence to really solidify a position and help us understand the truth. And that's who it would be for. I don't. I mean, there's a group of people that are going to go down with the ship no matter what. Okay, that's why I would say I'm not trying to proselytize people into flat Earth. Like I could care less. I think flat, like you know, understanding the truth about cosmology and that we were lied to about cosmology. That's not for everyone. I don't even think everyone deserves that truth. I don't even think that. I think there's something you have to kind of go through internally to be in a position where you can begin to accept it. I think it requires a certain amount of humility to even entertain the possibility that you've maybe been misled on something as big of a scale as cosmology. So I don't, it's just for the people that are looking for the truth, that are humble enough to kind of seek it out, that did have the realization that they have beliefs that aren't founded, and that they want to, even if they end up, even in theory, if they ended up solidifying what they currently believe to be true, at least they now would have confidence that they understand it and they came to it on their own diligently as opposed to just believing it, right? And so that's the group of people that is the target audience, right? It's just like actual people actually seeking the truth. The rest doesn't matter. There's gonna be people that are gonna bombard and assault children with poisonous concoctions called vaccines until they die. And then they've already given some to children. It makes them uncomfortable, like you said about Cogdis, the idea that maybe it was poison. They shouldn't have given to them the first time. And they will make the conscious decision, out of sight, out of mind, completely ignore the even mere possibility that that could be the case. You can't do anything about that, right? If someone's in that state of mind, it doesn't matter. That's not what any of these tests would be for. That's not what my show's for. That's not what any of us should be doing any of this for. It should be for the people that are looking for the truth.
Facts.
So
You
what
can't
I
convince no.
appreciate, what I really appreciate about you is you listened to me wholeheartedly and didn't interrupt me at all, and you shared valid counterpoint perspective on what you're clarifying your intent, which I think is awesome. So I love you, bro. That was great.
Yeah, much love, bro. Thank you. By the way, I'm about to chill with the fam, just so you guys know. We hang out. It is rest day. So
Wait a minute, you don't just consume flat earth 24/8, 25/8? You gotta spend time with family.
yeah, rest day. Sometimes it's like tricky, or it's like I'm tempted to get some stuff done because I always have so much I need to get done. But you gotta just rest. I think it's funny too. It's like how dare the creator want me to rest? How dare him care about me and want me to rest?
Dude, with the voice that your wife's got, you shouldn't be having to work at all.
Well, but well, if she would be if she would be down to be sexually objectified and sell her soul and sing about
Oh,
nonsense, I guess. Yeah.
and then there's that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, she get crazy in the Hollywood music industry. Kai definitely chose the right path. But yeah, man, shout out to the fam over there. Wish I appreciate you putting some time with us. Enjoy the time with the fam. We'll definitely tap back in. You got anything planned this week?
Like I dropped that screenshot of that website, so I'm gonna try to get that up. I think that should be really cool. It should satisfy anyone that has genuine questions about it. There should be tons of data, even contracts, some behind the scenes, and then there will be some stuff that's released from Jonathan that's not currently available because he's holding on to everything. He's got 8 terabytes of stuff. Like anyone claiming it's fake, when that stuff comes out, I mean, my goodness, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna feel ridiculous. But um, so that'll be added to it. There's a few things here and there that will be added after the fact, but for the most part, once it's up publicly available, it should have most of the stuff all in one location. Um, and so yeah, talking about like telemetry extraction from the GoPros, all of uh, the data and properties of each of the files on the Nikons, and all this stuff. All the solar filters arranged and then maybe even put together over the form of like a time lapse. So a lot of stuff should be in there. Um, I think it should be cool. I think it might be something like tfe.witsit.tv or witsit.tv/TFE, whatever it is. I'll let everyone know. So I'm planning on having that launched and kind of just moving forward with solutions. And I have lots and lots of podcasts. And then I'll try and pop middle ground back up. I think I'm going to do a roast session. I think I'm going to title it like "You Don't Want the Smoke." And yeah, we'll kind of make fun of kind of some of the insane theories going on about that whole trip, and maybe had just like kind of comedic relief. Other than that, I'm just kind of probably just move forward. And then I might have a think tank type of show where we actually start. I bring people with different ideas as to the explanations or possible explanations of what we observed, so that I can like hopefully push the community towards the direction of like trying to just figure it out, which is what we should have been doing the whole time. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's just gonna be tons of podcasts. I'm gonna be covering a lot of other stuff as well. I'm not just gonna talk about flat Earth only. I want to go back to what I originally liked to do in terms of making content, which was I covered a whole lot of subjects. So I think that's overall the direction that I'm gonna go. Not that I'm gonna not talk about flat Earth. Obviously, I am. I'm about to go around all these podcasts, talk about cosmology. But yeah, so that's kind of vague a lot, I know, but that's generally my outline for the next week and forward.
That's what's up. Definitely can't wait for that to drop. If y'all haven't tapped in with Witsit, go check his YouTube out, especially some of his old stuff, man. I mean, School and Globers was just like epic. He mentioned that yesterday. Like, if you want to learn anything about Flat Earth, it's all right there, right in the playlist. Definitely got some upcoming content. I can't wait. And before you go, Witsit, how was your? Because I missed it because of all of the stuff I was dealing with this past week. But how was your conversation on this and that podcast?
It was
Really
cool,
quick,
man. It was cool.
Could I just say thank you for letting me hang out with you this morning? I'm going to go, but I appreciate y'all and good conversation, guys.
No doubt. See you next week, JG. Pull up.
Yeah, much love, bro.
All right, see ya.
So the conversation was good. I kind of kid gloved it because he was respectful and cordial and clearly drastically ill prepared for like any form of a debate or anything like that. I mean, so I just tried to like maximize the amount of information I got out there without being too overwhelming, and tried to really create an environment where it was easy for him. It's like I didn't try to put him in a position where he felt like he had to save face or defend himself or anything like that. So I think overall it was pretty good actually. Like it was cordial, respectful. Lots of information was discussed, and yeah, so it was cool. I think they officially dropped the recording today or yesterday actually. So everyone should be able to go check it out.
Last night, actually. And yes,
Oh yeah.
Ashton was very polite. I'm gonna tell you that guy's super nice, super respectful. Even though I could kind of tell you were kind of pushing him a little bit. He
said he wasn't though, this and that. He said he was chilling.
Yeah,
he didn't even try.
There were some times where Ashton was like kind of like, well, no, because in order for this to happen, that has to happen. And he was bringing up a lot of experiments that Ashton wasn't familiar with. But you have to think, though, I don't think Ashton's really been down the flat earth rabbit hole. I think he's been more poised and more concentrated on the 0 point energy, the ether in general, technology that's been hidden from us. But even what he said to you, Austin, where he's like, well, once you figure out that the earth is round, that could go the same for him if he finds out that the earth is flat. So it's just like in my opinion, it was a great conversation, Austin. Like you did well, he did well, and once we started talking about Antarctica and the aliens and shit, it really popped off, man. That like it was a great conversation.
What was the name of the podcast again?
This and that with Josh and Zach. Yeah, you can either go to our website or you can just check us out on all major platforms. You just have to pretty much go into any search engine and just pretty much type in this and that with, and most likely we're going to be like the top 3. In regards to Austin's, you were talking about a title about your next conversation. You should have it be like, if you can't handle the heat, don't light the fuse.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, that'll really get some haters going in there if you really want some debates going.
Yeah, like you don't want the smoke too. There's a few different
Yeah.
My recent post, I put vaporizing 100 years of science in less than 6 minutes. And then I put what's up now because that's what I said after the alleged fake breath. I'm just leaning into it a bit now, bro. It's like let's just have fun and stop being nice.
Well, just so everybody knows, this won't be the only conversation those two guys have. I'm going to drag them both back at the same time in like probably 6 months. We'll let it, settle for a little bit.
Let it simmer. Yeah, let it cook up. Let it simmer. I see this and that.
Yeah, and let Witsa do his thing because they're both kind of on like their own projects. Like they're both super fucking busy. I don't even know where Ashton finds his time, to be honest, because he's always streaming. He's always posting some scientific paper and then talking about it. And Austin, I'm sure you got some things going on. I've heard that you're going to be on some big shows here pretty soon. I would like to definitely catch those whenever they drop. So if you could either DM or email me, and I'll catch those episodes.
Yeah, and I'll probably try and post here on X each time I'm on one. I mean, although I haven't been doing that actually. I've been on a few already, but yeah, I'm trying to get them all scheduled and then I'll keep it up. I think I'm also going to create a little calendar that updates so people will know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's going to be kind of overwhelming to be honest. There's a lot already just getting scheduled.
If you don't mind, since you're like higher up in the podcasting community, where do people usually go to contact guests? Because I don't have a big problem getting in contact with some people, but there are some people that just seem like are unreachable. Like you can't find any contact information. The email that they have publicly, their inbox is full all the time. There's no real way to get a hold of them. Like, how do you go about getting a hold of some of the people that you've talked to that may seem hard to find?
Usually it's like through a mutual contact.
Okay.
No, that's not the most preferred answer, but yeah, I mean, X is surprisingly effective. It just depends on the individual. They have like usually a preferred platform they check. If you can find them on Telegram, it's pretty clutch. Or if you can find someone that knows them, right? Because their contacts will already be kind of like stood out from the rest. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's pretty. Like that's what I do. I always just use like mutual contacts. I'm like, hey, do you by chance know so and so? And then I'm able to get connected that way because I'm the same way. If someone reaches out to me and was like, hey, that I already know and like have a relationship with and respect and trust or whatever, if they reach out asking for me to be on someone else's show or to link with someone, then I'm like, I obviously pop that up to the top, So
All right, yeah, I'll definitely do it because my problem is asking people for things. I don't like asking people for things at all.
well, yeah, you've got to somehow find a way to make it like this we just constantly do each other favors and don't keep track or tabs. You know what I'm saying? And that's usually the vibe.
Well, good. Then I'm going to start pressuring Ashton and be like, dude, get a hold of Ian Carroll for me because I want him on here ASAP.
I can get Ian Carroll. I hold it Ian Carroll for you.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I've tried to
Yeah.
message him on TikTok. You can't message him on X. Well, no, dude, like his TikTok messages are probably
So we have a
just
huge mutual contact, like directly involved with his life type of contact. So I got you.
Oh, that's rock on. Because yeah, I haven't really experimented with Telegram either that much. Probably not as much as I probably should.
Word, I'll try to get you in touch with Ian, bro.
Dude, that would be awesome because he loves this stuff. I just want to pick his brain, just like I want, just like how I got you on, Ashton on, so on and so forth. The conversations last year have been absolutely amazing.
Word, all right, I love you guys. I'm going to probably keep listening, but let's drop down a listener, chill with the fam.
Later, my guy. Let's tap in with Witsit.
Much love.
Later, bro. Hey, this and that. You always could just go in their mentions and troll them, call them Masons or something. You might get their attention that way too.
I don't really troll. Like to me, that just kind of makes me feel dirty, like
yeah, man, I get
out
it.
of my way to be mean, but I'm not really mean. So it's just like, man, this karma shit's gonna come back and bite me in the ass if I keep this up. I'm a big karma guy. That's another reason why I try not to treat people shitty.
Me too, bro.
Yeah.
Karmic debt is crazy. Trying to
It's
clear
real.
the balance.
It's real. I used to have friends that used to complain all the time about how their life sucks. And it's like, well, maybe you should change the way you think and talk, man, because that shit sends things out that you may not like comprehend nor know about. Like, I don't know. Once I started changing everything in my mid-20s, things started happening way differently. So
Makes you wonder what this place really is and how it really works. And if we're being told the truth about where we are.
Oh, we're not.
Because if there's a way that you're supposed to specifically do things in order for it to manifest a specific way, and it's not just some woo-woo stuff, I would want to know about that.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. This is the most important thing I feel about the ether. Everything is connected to that one aspect, the medium you can't see. So every thought you have, every action you do, anything, it goes into that medium and it affects everyone as well as you around you. Has that ripple effect, whether good or bad. And that's the thing, because people will like discount it, they'll dismiss it almost immediately. But it's just like, if you really pay attention to your actions and your thought process, you can visualize things. And if you do it long enough, that shit will manifest in ways that you cannot explain. Like, period. It's almost like what Austin was saying on our episode last weekend. When you think of somebody you haven't talked to in years, you just haven't talked. You're just thinking about them, whatever, and then within seconds or minutes, they're texting you or calling you. It's almost the same thing. You can't explain it. Doesn't mean it's not real. But I mean, I don't know. Let's just pay attention to that, people. Because if your life is in the shitter, if it really does feel like you're not going anywhere, look at who's surrounding you as friends and family. Look at what they're doing, what they're thinking about, and what they're saying, and their actions. Because actions speak louder than words, whether you want to believe that or not. I could call Sacred a complete asshole, and then we see each other, and I do some random acts of kindness. That's going to mean more to him than dumbass words that come out of my mouth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. That's just my take on it.
No, that's a fact. Although I do know that words have power, spelling, and all that extra stuff. But the intentions behind your actions is definitely way more powerful than anything, in my opinion. So I agree. Did you hear the guy brought up Walter Russell before you jumped up here? I was like, oh, he said Walter Russell. Where's this and that? It's gonna pop up sooner or later.
No, I just came in like maybe 15 minutes ago.
Oh, you must have just missed it because
Yeah.
it was like 20, 30 minutes ago he had Mr. Walter Russell. I was like, oh snap.
Dude, that's why like I think I'm gonna make this a point. Like every person that I get on the podcast that is somewhat familiar with physics or quantum theory, I'm just gonna buy them a copy of the Universal one. Because that's what I've been doing so far. Like I got Ashton a copy, Matthew Rife a copy, and I got Austin Whitsitt a copy. And I feel like I'm going to keep doing that because it really surprised me that Ashton didn't know who he was. Like when I showed him screenshots.
Oh, he didn't know who that was?
He didn't know. Like it was like when I DM'd him, it was a few weeks before we actually did the podcast. And I sent him, excuse me, I sent him a picture or several pictures of like pages in the book, like specific chapters, some diagrams. And he was like, what's this? Oh shit. Wow. And then he was like, Walter Russell ? And I was like, you don't know? And he's like, no. And I'm like, would you like a copy? And he's like, absolutely. And then when he got the book, he sent me another DM and he's like, dude, this book is freaking awesome. He didn't say freaking, but he said it was awesome. It was like right around Christmas time. And Matthew Rife said the same thing, man. I think Rife had to have known who Walter Russell was. I'm sorry, but he had to have known. He never said he didn't, but when he got the book himself, he never had the book. You know, so he obviously never read it. It blows my mind because there's a lot of shit that he talks about, man, that nobody knows anything about, but we'll go ahead and give Tesla all the credit. And it's like, dude, this guy fucking got his shit from Walter Russell. What are you talking about, man? Either that or they both came across at the same time, but it seems to me like a lot of
overlap, right? It's definitely some overlap.
Yeah, because what Tesla talks about, Walter literally describes in full detail in his books, from Secret of Light to the Universal one. It's just like it seems very coincidental that Tesla's the one that's always talked about, but Walter Russell, you rarely ever hear his name come up. It's crazy. And he got all this stuff through a dream. This is what another thing that people don't realize is Walter Russell didn't study this shit. All the stuff in that book and The Secret of Light and the Divine Iliad, Volume 1 and 2, all that stuff came to him through a dream over a period of like 40 days. And I only know this because his wife documented the whole thing. And it's crazy.
That does sound crazy.
Yes, dude. But it's like he explains the whole concept of enlightenment. Like when you raise your vibration to a certain level, these things come to you from the ether. Like this is why I feel like ideas are not our own. We get them from the universe. Okay. This is why another thing, while you'll be thinking of a topic or something and you'll never talk about it, but you keep thinking about it, you keep researching it, and then you'll come across somebody else who just starts talking about it. And it's like, you don't think there's a coincidence with that? Like throwing that out in the ether, all that collective consciousness, like how we're all waking up now and more people are starting to see the lies. And yet more and more people are starting to talk about this guy, Walter Russell. Like I've noticed that just over the last 6 months. Just once Terrence Howard came out on Rogan, I was like, dude, that guy nailed it. Shit, people are going to start talking about this now over and over and over and over and over again. And that's exactly what's been happening. Ever since Terrence Howard was on Rogan, more and more people found out who that guy is. And I feel like if he never would have brought up that name, it still would have been kind of in the dark. Like you guys are the only people I know of that have come up with that name, that have talked about him almost as much as I have.
Yeah, no, that was like a real turning point in some of the collective consciousness, because I think that planted the seed for some people to look into things that they hadn't considered. Obviously that's not, Walter Russell, but I mean, it pointed people in the direction of learning some of these alternative theories and concepts. And I think that's super important. Just understanding the world around us and not just taking in mainstream information, but saying, hey, look, some of this is kind of already figured out with a way better framework. And with the right interpretation, we could probably extract a lot of value instead of just ignoring it and dismissing it. And that could change a lot of things. This and that. Where would you want everyone to go listen to the podcast? I kind of want you to drop it in the purple pill so people could just kind of click and go listen in case they missed it.
Yeah, I'm terrible about that. See, so I'm like the producer, the networker, the director of the podcast. Like Zach, just one of my coworkers, one of my best friends, and I wanted him as a co-host. However, with me having to do everything, I always forget to promote my own shit. I just post it. I do. I just post.
Bro, you have some of
something.
the best conversations. You're like, yeah, y'all find it. Come on, this and that.
Yeah, this year, now that we're going video here soon, I have to like step it up. Like I'm redoing the website, I'm redoing a whole bunch of things. And I do have to make a point to like advertise and market our podcast a little bit more. Like we've gotten quite a few listens just off of just throwing that shit in the ether and just using X. However, I definitely know what you're talking about because there's still a lot of people that don't know who we are. And then we'll have a weekend where we'll just blow up. And everybody will be in there and it'd be like, oh, it's nice to see that someone got off the ground. And it's like, dude, we've been doing this for a year. Like, where have you been? You know what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate the compliment, but it's just like, bro, we've had several people on already. Like, but it's like, it's that. And I do think that some of our stuff isn't shadow banned, but there's this thing on X where if somebody has a more credible account than you, a higher follower count, and they block you or mute you, your reach drops significantly. And I've had a couple people that have way higher follower counts than us just block us because they don't like us talking about Trump, which is
what, they blocking y'all too?
I know. Well, I'm not going to name his name. He's got like 120,000 followers. He's actually well known on X. But he doesn't have a picture of his face in his profile picture, any of that. It's just an icon. And he puts up he has a tendency to put up a lot of other people's content, but to like say it's his. And he gets a lot of likes and reposts and stuff because of that. Like a lot of people pull stuff off of TikTok and Instagram. I understand that. But we were in a conversation and I was talking about Palantir, man. And he thought I was going to say that, Trump's the devil or whatever. I didn't even go there because I couldn't find any connections between Trump and Palantir at all. Like no direct connection at all. But he never got me. He never let me get that point. He just cut me off and he was like, and immediately blocked me and then went on a rant about who fucking listens to our show. Never let me respond. He's like, who's going to listen to you when you come into a room like this? And I was like, me and Creditor were like talking through DMs and I'm just like, I don't even know what the fuck's happening. Like I followed this guy. I don't follow him anymore. I don't follow the host either. Because they went into another person that I know of their space and tried to derail it. Like was completely disrespectful to the host's guest. Like it was crazy shit. And yeah, I feel like some of you guys already know who I'm talking about. Like he's a very big Trump fan and will completely shit on you if you say anything remotely bad about that entire administration, whether it's factual or not. But yeah, and I feel like because of things like that, when people mute you or block you, our reach, I think, is extremely limited because there'll be times where I'll post something and it'll get hundreds of thousands of views. Like adrenochrome, if you post anything about adrenochrome, that shit blows up. Okay, because I've done it twice and it's gotten almost 200,000 views on it. But anything else that's like borderline or against against like politics of any kind, it'll get like 100 views. Like, but then I'll see people with 2,000 followers and they'll say some dumb shit and that'll get 2.3 million. So it's very weird how the algorithm works. Because I'm pretty sure the stuff that Zach and I have talked about in the past, we aren't liked very much by the government. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I feel that, man. We share that same sentiment. And I don't know if I like that algorithm mechanism where like a bigger account can like affect your reach just by isolating themselves via a block or a mute. I get the sentiment, but like, that like you could say something just regular. And if they block you, then that'll affect your point system. I think I seen something on the timeline about some point system or something like that.
Well, social credit system. Yeah, I'm a 38 out of 100.
Oh, how you find that out? You do it through Grok or something?
Yeah, you just ask Grok and they'll give you a rating, but like in order to get higher on the scale, which is that's going to be kind of our new social credit score system. That's going to be like how you talk, who you talk about. That'll build your credibility or it'll lower your credibility. So you can't question government. You can't question government officials and their motives. And there are other things that you can't do. Like you can't criticize anything the government does or any government official. If you do that, your score goes down, and so on and so forth. Like somebody posted like a whole criteria. I think it was Alpha Warrior actually, because he boasted about how he's got a 90 out of 100, and now people are going to think he's a Fed. And I'm just like, well, you kind of did work for the alphabet agencies, so
he walked right into that one. Shout
well,
out. Al.
yeah. I mean, some of you know who Alpha Warrior is. He's a pretty cool dude, but like, yes, he definitely has ties to the government. Like, I would not think otherwise, but yeah, I think that's what they're going to do now. And they're even saying that if somebody follows you and then mutes you, it has the same effect. So you wouldn't even know if somebody muted you who also followed you. It's crazy. So you can have people with higher follower counts by a long shot, and they just keep people in the gutter. You know, those that don't toe the line. Like there'll be lines of defense depending on what bracket you're in. Like 10,000 follower bracket, 30,000 follower bracket, so on and so forth. And they'll be like almost gatekeepers per bracket that if you step out of line or you say anything against any of those people that are connected with one another, they'll do those moves, and then your reach will just diminish slowly over time. Like that's how I feel it's going to go.
Or X will just do it to you.
That too, take your blue check mark. That's one thing I'm kind of worried about. That's why I'm not on any other social media. I'm just on X because because of the stuff Zach and I have talked about in the past and what we will be talking about in the future. I don't want to be on YouTube. I don't even want to be on Rumble. I'm trying to find like third party, like fringe websites that are kind of like not mainstream and not censored, like are almost decentralized, if that's even possible.
Hey, this and that. Check out Zap Stream for video if you're interested in like fringe and something that's not censored because it's decentralized.
Yeah, because I'm checking out Rockfin, Kick right now because those are like two pretty small websites that do video. Rockfin's a little weird. I don't know understand how that really goes because they use their own like crypto to do payouts. But yeah, I'm definitely looking into that because here in like a month or so we'll be full video. I don't even think we're going to be doing spaces anymore, unfortunately, because we'll need video.
No.
Well, like spaces like yours, like and other people's that I'll join like personally and just like have conversations.
Yeah.
Like, but like podcast based, it's probably going to be pre-recorded, and I'm going to be using probably OBS, Zoom, and Skype, and then we will do the episodes, and then I will upload them after we're done. Because the live stuff is hard. That and this last episode with Ashton and Austin, I don't like the sound quality of spaces. It sounds like shit unless you have a microphone. And there was like 20 minutes during that conversation where neither one of them could hear Zach and I. So we just let them talk. And then I had to like connect to my phone, like reconnect to the space, and then Bluetooth it to my soundboard for them to like I hate that. And that usually happens at least once every episode.
Oh yeah, that messes up the listening quality if you can't just have that. Yeah.
I'm an audiophile. Yeah. I love good audio. So yeah, that's a big deal to me.
Yo, I just looked up what that meant the other day, an audiophile.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, check out Zapstream. It works on Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. I'm not a big Bitcoiner because I think it was created by the NSA, but that's just me. Actually, if you think I'm crazy, look up Roger Ver. His last name spelled Ver. He was just on Tucker Carlson not too long ago, and he kind of backed up my thoughts about who created Bitcoin because he went on like a whole hour conversation about how at the beginning Bitcoin wasn't compromised. it was all about decentralization and to go against the banks. But he feels that so much money has been poured into Bitcoin and crypto by like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, so on and so forth. There's another one that I'm thinking of. George Soros's, or not, Buffett's investment firm. What am I thinking? Berkshire Hathaway, something like that.
Hathaway. Yeah.
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 That so much money has been poured into that now their entire look on crypto has been shifted to where now he feels like that's going to be more of a lead into CBDCs, because he was only talking about, I can't remember the one, but there was Monero that he's actually more bullish on because of the fact that Monero is completely private. But I've also heard other people that are in like the quantum computing community that are like, once quantum computing came out, all encryption was voided. Like there's no.
Yeah, there's a few that I forgot what they were, but there's a few coins that have come out that are they're using algorithms that are resistant to that. It's definitely not Bitcoin. I'm not a big Bitcoiner either, but it is a way to move money around at the current time. I don't think the guy you spoke to is. I mean, I understand his logic on that. I don't think he's right, because if anything, Bitcoin would still be controlled by the individual. You feel me? Like you can mine your own Bitcoin. You don't have to rely on third parties to mine it. So it's like the value may not always be there. Like they could all pull, like you said, make those moves, right? They could all pull and the value would decrease. But at the end of the day, there is a core group of people around the world who are always going to be like Bitcoin gung ho. So the, I mean, like that
Well, that's the
sailor
thing
guy, for instance.
he also talked about though, but if you look up Roger Ver and who he was literally one of the biggest guys in Bitcoin in like 2009, 2010.
Yeah.
Wrote a book on it. Like he's up there with Simon Dixon. Except Simon is really all about Bitcoin. And I've had conversation with him and Gary Cardone. They don't really like me when it comes to Bitcoin. They just don't. Because I've come across the white paper, man. You can literally look it up that the SHA 256 security that Bitcoin and other cryptos run on was in fact created by the NSA. Like that is factual. And that came out in 90 or 2001, just like 2 months before 9/11 happened. And then 7 years later, Bitcoin comes out and becomes the biggest crypto in the world. And you're just thinking, like, it seems a bit coincidental that now it's so big. And then you look at all the people that talk about Bitcoin. They're all billionaires, dude. They're all billionaires. And those that are really pushing it, are people like Michael Saylor, Gary Cardone, Grant Cardone, Simon Dixon. Those people that have been in it since it was like 8 cents, 12 cents have made bank on it. But it's because they made money. If they didn't make money on it, they would not be talking about it at all. But it's
Probably
like
true.
And the more people you get into Bitcoin, the more money those people make. But I don't see the logic behind investing in a coin that is like 100 and some thousand, 90 some thousand now, and just 4 years ago it was at 16.5. Like you cannot tell me that is a logical choice to me. And they always tell you to hodl, right? Like hodl, hold, buy more when it drops. Yeah, but who's really making the money at the top? That's my question. Because little you and me, we would have to invest tens of thousands of dollars to make any reasonable profit off of any of those numbers. But yet you have all of these billionaires just blowing it up.
A couple things. Like first, like SHA-256, that's just one of the algorithms. There's plenty of algorithms that have come out by government agencies, and it's not only used in crypto, like it's used all over the place. Like you're talking all the encryption just about everywhere uses SHA-256 or SHA-512 or a couple of the other ones. So that, I mean, it's everywhere. So you're not getting away from the encryption, and it's all over the place, bro. So to say like it's just like related to Bitcoin or with that implication, to me that's kind of weak. For that guy to say that, it doesn't really imply anything because we use it pretty much ubiquitously. in coding. So there's that. And then with the investment aspect of it, most traders are not really like, yeah, you buy Bitcoin, you hold Bitcoin because the value is fairly stable compared to the others, and it's the major market mover. So you watch your Bitcoin, and if the value's going, if it's dipping, you pull out. That's it, you know. You buy back later at the bottom. But the thing is, people getting rich now they're not investing in Bitcoin. They're investing in meme coins. They're investing in coins that are now below 1 cent. You dig? And
Yeah, I'll be
they
completely
pump
honest.
those.
I'll be completely honest. I was in the crypto game a few years ago before the last crash, and I made 7 grand. I made
There
7
you go.
grand.
Nice.
But you're not wait until I finish because you're gonna be like, oh damn. So I made 7 grand off of a meme coin, and that meme coin
Nice.
was Shiba Inu. Okay.
Oh yeah, I traded that for a while.
And that was only 3 months worth of it going up, right?
Yeah.
And I remember only putting in, I think it was like $500 or something like that, and it went up several %. And I cashed out, and that fed my ego because I thought, oh shit, I knew what I was doing. And then from that December to that following March, I lost it all. I lost it all.
You got lucky,
because,
and then you thought you knew.
I was like, oh shit, listen, dude, there were times where I was on my lunch break making like multiple $1,000 just trades. And I remember when that tax year was over, I got a letter from, because I was using crypto.com. I got an email that said that I'd made over $47,000 worth of trades over
what the hell?
with the same 7,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, not made that, but like with deals, like I'll do like $1,000 trade, and then an hour later I would sell and then buy something else.
Oh, okay.
Like that type of stuff. Yeah. And I was like, damn, am I gonna have to pay taxes on this? Because this is complete bullshit. I think I came out with like $50 over. I made $50 at the end of it. Yes.
Still in the green.
Yeah, but crypto, like, you have to know what you're doing. Like, that's the thing. Like, meme coin, it's a lucky run. Like Pepe and I think there's some other ones. I'm not invested anymore at all, except for I think I have SEI, which is an AI coin. I'm kind of bullish on that, but other than that, I don't have any other crypto. I don't trust it anymore. It's too volatile.
I lost 3 grand this year, but I'm bullish. I still see so much potential for investing in good products that are coming out. But yeah, I was trading, and so I did exactly what you said you did. You went back in, right? You traded. So I was trading because that's something I've toyed with, like, pursuing full time.
It's gambling.
But I haven't. Yeah, exactly. It's professional gambling. So that's the
You
thing,
do
right?
get high off of it. You do get high
If you're
off.
gonna trade, you gotta think of it like, yeah, this is already money that's gone as soon as you buy crypto. But if you're gonna invest, like in Bitcoin, for example, then yeah, you hodl. And long term, the outlook is great. It'll go up, it'll go down. It's touching 100K now, right? But it'll probably go back down to like 50K, maybe even more if there's like a huge tank. But it goes up and down like that, so you just gotta hodl.
The worst feeling is when you have money in a coin that you think is going to do good.
Oh yeah,
and then you're
and it's not doing so good.
Yeah, it's not doing so good. And then the moment you sell that fucking thing,
and then it goes up,
it shoots up like 350% in like 72 hours, and you're like, what the? And you're just like, when I think like karma and like the universe, I'm just like, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be investing in this at all. This is bad. The universe is telling me get out now. So that's
there you go.
That's what I did.
Listen to those Akashic records.
Yeah, I haven't lost any money.
That's funny. Yeah, so check out the Zap stream. If you don't do the Bitcoin, that's cool. It's just an option out there, bro.
Well, no, I just need that's one thing I'm looking for, because I wanted Gary Cardone to come on the podcast, but I don't think he wanted to. He follows me, but I don't think he wanted to, because I sent like his secretary or his assistant emails, and we were like kind of touching base back and forth, and then I just never heard back. So I was just like, well, I can take a hint. But it's because Gary's like a fucking billionaire, dude. Like, I don't even make 6 figures a year. Like, the only, like, and I just wanted to talk to him about crypto and like investments, because there are people that are like me that don't make 6 figures or just over that that want to know how to intelligently consolidate their like extra income to then accumulate passive income, but don't know how and don't want to like spend money on a manager whom you don't even know, let alone trust them with all of your money. So it's just like,
there's a good guy to follow on X. His name is Karush AK, KAROUSHAK. He's puts out a lot of good content about trading and investing. So he may not be the best, but he's a millionaire, so he's done well for himself in the crypto market. And I've heard good things about his program from other people who were in it. I haven't been in it myself, can't vouch, but he gives a lot of free stuff, so you can check out his free stuff.
yeah, I'll definitely do that. You said it was Karush AK?
Yeah. He's got a Telegram and he's got an X. He's always posting on X.
All right, yeah, I'll definitely follow him like right now.
Hey, Sacred, I came up to thank you, bro, for putting that document out there earlier, because the guy that I was talking to wasn't really getting what I was saying about the vision, and they kind of pointed me to, as you heard, like, oh, well, just read a physics book. And it's like, I'm gonna look at the book. I've already looked at the book he recommended. I haven't seen anything dealing particularly with eyesight in it yet, but I haven't dived into it fully, so I'm still gonna do that. There is an optics section. It's a lot of refraction it's talking about and stuff like that. So thanks for putting that document up. I think those guys, for anybody who was here earlier listening, when they come at you like that, it's like they're coming at you from the condescending point of like, okay, well, we're in this frame of physics, and if you just read and learn everything we know, it'll explain everything. It's like, bro, we're going against what you've been taught. Just go pick up the book that Sacred shared and and learn about that, so you have a different perspective. But
Bro, that
anyway,
always be happening. I always reference something. I'm like, oh, so did you know about this? And they be like, oh, well, what is that? How do you spell that? And it'd be crazy to me because it's like, this is stuff that we're reading, like
yeah,
actual citations, and they're talking
yeah,
about go read up on this stuff, and I'm like, well, what about this? And they're like, oh, I haven't heard about this, or I haven't heard about this, or I haven't heard about this. I'm like, damn, y'all physicists don't ever hear about the stuff that we be talking about over here. It's a crazy dynamic to be in. But yeah, I got
right,
you, bro. Actually, that came from Alan's database. So if y'all go to, I
yeah.
think it's in his bio. Yeah, he has his Obsidian in there, and if you go look at the optics tab, you'll see all of the different things. But yeah, that came from over there.
Nice. Yeah, I was hoping Shane would come up, but he wasn't on at the time. Because he can definitely elaborate on those things better than I can. Did you see, like, they, like, at first they didn't really understand what I was saying with the whole deriving the latitude longitude system from the celestial sphere and how that trickles down into everything else.
Yeah, no,
They
at
were
all.
they were defending it, and they were trying to explain things away, but they weren't really digesting it. And I didn't even try to like convince them out at first. I was just trying to get them to say like, yo, check this out, guys, because it's gonna show you something. They try to explain it away anyway. I'm like, all right, thanks.
You kind of caught them though, because you was like, oh, well, first you agreed, and then now I'm making a point, you disagreed. And I was
Yeah.
like,
Oh
oh,
yeah, you
they
peeped
got
that.
him,
Yeah.
got him.
You peeped that. They pulled a 180 on us.
Yup.
I was like, oh, all right, I'll bow out. Thank you.
Now that was fire though. Like, I love watching the guys in the squad run them ones. Yo, that was one of the most popular PhD physicists on TikTok.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they call him Dr. Blitz. I don't think that's his real name, but I think he enjoyed the conversation because I'll be trying to tell him, bro, like they don't be listening over there. They kind of deal with a certain type of flat earther typically on TikTok, where it's like they may not be well versed in some of the things that they already know, or well versed in some of the
Yeah.
sciences or the physics. So they have this arrogance about them, which I get it, because they put in a lot of work, right? You know what I'm saying? You can't just the stuff that they did to get their PhD. So, but it's just like, oh, I'm about to talk to a city flat earth. We're just going to talk about da 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 da. Like, until they start hearing terms and ideas that they hadn't considered, which then begins to challenge their mind again. Like, they going back into like, oh, I'm being challenged. Like, I got to actually think about some of these things instead of just, well, I'm just going to teach you. And if you don't like listen, then it is whatever. It's like, nah, bro,
Mm-hmm.
if y'all leave from over there and come maybe have some different conversations over here, y'all probably get what y'all looking for. So it be taking us try to find those people on different platforms to say, hey, bro, if y'all leave off of where y'all feel comfortable at, you'll probably get some more value out of some of your interactions. So that was my first interaction with Blitz. I've been trying to catch him, but he be in a different time zone, so I wasn't able to get him up until this point. That's why I'm so glad that we popped in there. Jorge was.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was. I didn't know he was like that. I just thought it was just some random globies that you guys had that they sounded open minded or whatever. So
right.
Oh, that's cool. If I had known, I would have probably like opened some documents on the laptop and been ready.
It sounded like you. It sounded like you was like on it. I thought you knew that because the way that you was talking to him. I'm like, oh, D3 must know who this guy is. But
No, I had no idea until just now. No
bro,
clue.
you talked to one of the biggest physicists on TikTok last night.
That's dope. See how things get around, man. That's fire.
That's why, like, I wanted to start implementing this dual cast and stuff, because it's like if we can start cross-platform and having these different conversations, we start linking up a lot of different minds. I don't know if I could do more than 2, and I think that would be a little bit much, because even that was like kind of a lot, the way that TikTok is like set up and stuff. But I think it was pretty successful, man. Like, it gets way crazier than that. So it's like I really appreciated them kind of keeping their temperament managed this time.
Yeah.
But you can hear like they get a little triggered sometimes. Like they don't. And they
Yeah, the other guy more so, I think, with the other the harsher voice.
Yeah, right. And that'd be the difference. So like the difference of the guy who was actually filling in to host, he was a Glober, but he was more of like an anti-flat earther, even though he was kind of chill. But there's a difference between them and then like the people from the scientific community.
Right.
I think they like if Blitz wasn't there, like it probably would have got a way more antagonistic, unfortunately. But they know like, okay, he's the PhD, like he's the guy that we usually call when we need help. So like when he started talking, they kind of just sit back and chill. But if he wasn't there, it would have been way more.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah. I think I really like the question he posed, though. I've been thinking about it. I haven't really looked at anything about it, but I've been thinking about it. The distances in the spherical vision, like, and how that works, and then how that is in comparison to what we get from, like, say, cameras and image equipment, and what the differences are there, or what the similarities are, and what that means for how things are picked up. I think that's an interesting question that he brought up.
Yeah, so like I kind of thought about this too, because it's like, obviously we have our sphere of vision, or our hemisphere of vision, however you like to call it. Really, I guess it's a hemisphere of vision. But like if you have fog in your face, right, you still have the hemispheric vision, but you can't see past that fog. So now your distance is limited. But if you look up in the sky and then you see stars, now you have a deeper depth of vision. So like even though like that hemispheric vision stays like that angle stays like for your peripherals all the way to your head on looking straight ahead, like that stays the same. But depending on your medium that you're looking through, depending on how bright the object is, how much light it's reflecting, or depending on how large it is, those will affect its resolution, like how much you can resolve. So you might have an actual limitation, but depending on what you're looking at and what medium you're looking through, you might be able to resolve something that may be more distant, or you may be able to not resolve something that's way closer. So that's why it's like a little bit weird of a question, like, okay, well, what's the distances of this hemisphere vision. It's like, bro, it depends on what you're looking at, and depends on what direction and what medium you in. All different type of things. Like it's not just one set thing. Like I see 3,000 miles in all directions. It's like, no, bro, that's not how it works. It just depends on different variables. So, I mean, at least that's
Yeah.
I think what he was asking. But
Well, I think that, and he was coming at it from like the space perspective. Like, okay, well, we can see anything in space. I didn't push back too much because the base logic is there, right? Like, okay, well, if there's nothing in between and it's a significant enough size, yeah, maybe. But I do actually disagree. I didn't really bring it up, but I kind of disagree with that premise. Because even though we have large sensor telescopes here on Earth, we can't see forever. But I let it rock.
yeah, no, that was a quick little, nice little scrimmage. Don't want to push too hard. Kind of see what, when you get them to start typing and looking stuff up, you know you got a good interaction.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Because they be knowing shit. They deal with this type of stuff every day. So when you're having a conversation and they start looking up terms, like he will look that up too. Like I really wholeheartedly believe he will look that up, and he may have an answer next time around.
Mm-hmm.
But just the simple fact
that'd
that
be cool.
you challenge him and have him consider something that he hadn't thought about before. That's like the nugget right there. That's like the gem. So link in bio if you guys want to catch the replay. We cast all of our things to YouTube, so go check out Space Audits or link in my bio. You can run it back. What was you about to say, my bad, bro? Quick plug.
I was gonna say I think I found a way to have like AI help me write like a app or something, or some type of calculator to do the calculations of the tide gauge elevations and slopes along the East Coast without using the geodetic coordinate system. So like just using a different coordinate system. I forgot what it was called, but there's another. I mean, there's a bunch of different coordinate systems. But yeah, we can. I figured. I mean, because that's how they get the globe, right? That's how they're matching it to the globe, is they're using a geodetic coordinate system.
Right.
But okay, well, let's just use a different coordinate system that doesn't impose that sphericity into it, and then see what it comes out.
Because that's the thing. Yeah, like they build around this specific coordinate system and say, oh, this proves that it's a sphere. It's like, well, you built the coordinate system around a spherical.
Yeah.
Thing. So, bro, it's a bit logically fallacious, but you know.
Did X ever? I didn't hear when X was on, because I wanted to hear what he was going to say about the plums, because that was something else that they had brought up that I challenged, but nobody answered the question.
What about the plums? When Mr. Xavier,
he was saying somebody else had come up and was talking about I think it was Matthew was talking about the concave Earth, and X was going to shed some light on how there was an issue with the plums that they were talking about.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think shout out Mr. Xavier. He did touch on it, and I shared a link to a paper on Tamarack Mines. Basically, what the concavers are saying is that they let these plums down about 4,300 feet into some mines, and then there was some convergence. I think that's what it is. It's supposed to be some convergence, right? I think it's convergence at the...
Yeah, one or the other, convergence or divergence.
Yeah. It should be convergence, I believe. My bad, y'all. It's been a long night. But what happened was they got different values. So sometimes it was convergence, sometimes it was divergence. They just got more of the quote-unquote concave observation. Now, the problem is, one of the main glaring things that I've seen an issue with, which I didn't know about, which I was talking about last night, and I could read the excerpt again, but they were talking about that there are air currents in mines. And I've never been in a mine, so maybe y'all knew about this. I had no idea. But there's supposedly some air currents in the mines, and they had an counted for these air currents. So when they tried to shield the air currents or account for them or reposition some of these plumb lines or plumb bobs that they dropped 4,000 feet, they found that the deviation decreased, and they still weren't even able to eliminate the air currents altogether. Now, when I first heard about this, right now, the first time I heard about this, I'm like, well, wait a minute, man, like these are 50-pound bobs, 4,000 feet into the ground. Like, you know, like these air currents can't be that strong, right? I'm just thinking like logically, I'm like, bro, there's no way like these air currents, like this could be a real thing. So I'm reading through the article, and they say, based on that distance and the weight of the bob, in order to deflect that bob, the amount that they were deflecting, which was like a fraction of an inch or something like that, all you needed was like the force of a hummingbird, or like the weight of a hummingbird. Yo, so I'm like, oh wait, so this is feasible then. So if you have like a slight drift, that's a constant drift, and it's like affecting the bob in a way where it's like interacting with the bob, you may get a deflection, especially when you account for it, and then that deflection decreases. So I had sent it to Joe. I think Joe's still in here. Shout out to Joe Dubs, one of the civil concavers. Always respect those guys. Super knowledgeable in the concave earth, and probably one of the most articulable. Is that a word? Articulable, right? Yeah, articulable.
It is now.
Okay, cool. I sent it to him. He said he's gonna take a look at it. And I still take the position that I think this is more of just like a globe earther, like debunker of concave type stuff. So I don't appeal to everything in the article. However, they did make some valid points when going over some of the details. Some of the claims that were made was that, oh, they eliminated all the air currents from the shafts when they dropped these bobs. And then when I look at this article, they actually quote the guy, and he said, no, we weren't able to do that. So I think there's some misunderstanding within the concave community. I do think they have some interesting points. But again, like I think the devil's in the details when you start looking into it. Some of the things start to fall apart. And then, you know, they got to deal with things like, you know, VHF long distance signal propagation. Like, how do that work? If you have something line of sight that's reaching a target thousands of miles away, like how does concave account for that? That's not optical, had nothing to do with refraction. Like supposedly the distant receiver would be technically upwards, you know, towards the sky if it's concave. Yeah, you know, they shooting it in a linear fashion. So there's still things that I have my reservations when it comes to concave Earth. But specifically, the Tamarack mines is one of their strongest arguments, and it seems to be a little bit flawed. But I would be down with the concavers if they want to try to put something together. We just got to make sure that we eliminate all the variables that could be affecting that bob, that plumb line, that will cause a deflection other than just the geometry of the Earth. You know, like we got to account for everything.
Right.
Oh, hold on. Let me.
It sounds like they didn't though. So they tried to, but couldn't. So that kind of unless that guy's wrong about that or misquoting.
Yeah, I'll send it to the chat so you guys can take a look. It was a pretty decent article. Hold on.
Did I hear that the PhD, was it the PhD or the other guy? I could have sworn I heard because about other people were talking. I could have sworn I heard somebody say though to the concavers, like, if the Earth was concave, there would be no horizon. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go listen back. He may have said that.
He
may have said that.
I thought I heard that, and when I thought, I wasn't talking at the time, but when I heard that, I was like, who said that? It's like, it wouldn't be. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's an optical thing, but yeah, I want to know who said that.
I don't know if I totally agree with that. I don't know how you could not have a horizon. What would that look like?
Right, exactly.
Let me see.
Blitz said it. Can you check your messages?
It was Blitz?
Yeah.
It was Blitz? My bad, probably. Yeah, I will.
So that's odd then, because so Blitz is the PhD, right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to know why he would, like how he would defend that one, because we know that the horizon is apparent. So that would be an interesting defense. I've been I took a nap for a while, so I've been out for about 4 or 5 hours. Have I missed anything in the last 4 or 5 hours?
Was it
Lucky
proposed?
you.
Nothing new. He said nothing new.
I said lucky you. It wasn't that bad.
Oh, lucky me.
I think he was there for the concave crash out.
I feel like I've been up for like 2 days straight. Like I'm like on the borderline about to just crash out on the next person that pissed me off.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you do need to get some rest and relax, bro. Like, as a matter of fact, we should put last call in the title.
I asked you if you was done at 9 a.m., bro. Like, just yo, co-host D3. D3, are you awake now? Do you have energy? Take call.
Yeah, I could call for a little while. It's about almost 1 a.m. over here, so I'm probably gonna go to sleep around like 3. But yeah, I'm good.
I mean, we could wrap it
caught
up,
the nap.
man.
I caught the nap, so I'm good.
I mean,
You want to hear something crazy before you guys end it?
What's up, this?
So Proud said that she was gonna snap somebody's head or something, snap somebody's neck if they fucking piss her off or something.
Yeah, she will
pretty
do
much.
that.
Okay, so if you don't know this, you can look this up. It sounds stupid, but it does work. You know what humming is, right?
Yeah.
Humming. Okay, if you hum, okay, the vibration, the frequency that you create. Now, see, I knew Proud was going to start laughing. You do this, Proud. I'm serious. Hum for like 10 minutes. It'll be annoying as shit to anybody around you. But your vagus nerve that goes down your neck, when that gets loosening that up will actually, no shit, calm you the fuck down.
Yeah,
It's
what?
no different than grounding outside. It'll still lower your cortisol levels, but again, it's frequency, it's vibration, which is honestly, what everything is. So I'm just kind of throw that out there. I told you it was crazy.
Nah, not crazy, bro. That there's truth to that stuff. Do you have any recommendation for which frequency she should attempt?
No, just regular humming.
Should it be low or a high or?
No, it's just any. It doesn't matter if it's a low hum,
okay.
high hum. Yeah, it's just the vibration. Yeah, like that's
get the ohms in. You gotta get the ohms.
But there was this guy who did the humming for 10 minutes, 4 times a day, and I think within a week or 2, he completely cured his sinusitis.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. Again, crazy. I'm half retarded, so just take that in consideration before you take any advice that I give.
I've noticed that higher pitch ohming or humming, whichever way you guys want to say it, helps lift my mood. Lower, for me personally, the lower ones don't, but the higher ones do. Or maybe they're middle, not high. I don't know. Maybe say mid to high.
Here we go. I had to look it up just because it's just 100 to 200 hertz. Humming naturally falls within this range. These frequencies are often associated with soothing vibrations that can resonate in the chest, head, and throat, stimulating relaxation. So I'm not, full blown retard. Don't ever go full blown retard.
No, not full blown. Yeah, don't go full. Don't go full.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever messed with the Tibetan bowls, the ringing bowls?
Ooh, see now, some of you know who Maze is, Maze Love. she has those sound bowls, and she'll use them every once in a while when the room's getting out of control.
Mm-hmm.
At the host or co-host. Yeah, there is something because I've never messed with them, but I'm kind of a guy who listens to all the solfeggio frequencies, and
Oh, nice.
I have like a don't use Bluetooth. I mean, you can if you don't have anything else because it'll activate both sides, like both hemispheres of your brain, because you don't want to just listen to one because it'll only activate one side. But if you do over the head earphones, yeah, if you put over the head earphones, there's no Bluetooth, no real distraction in that sense.
Yeah,
and you actually
I'm also an audiophile, so I use over the heads.
yeah. Proud said something about Milli Vanilli. What was that?
Come on, you said that. You supposed to just smooth over that, man. Come on now. Yeah.
Actually, I didn't even hear the Millie. I just heard Vanilli, and I just kind of put the one together.
Yeah, that part.
Oh, did we ever figure out what issue that Proud had with her microphone and shit? Wasn't she saying last time I was on, someone had said something like her phone broke or microphone broke or something, or she doesn't have a microphone? And I believe Witsit and I said that we might be able to help out with that.
Probably got a lot of technological something going on.
For some reason, on my phone, you guys can't hear me when other people are talking. That's like on my phone. But there's this PC glitch going on right now. It's like the same thing Alan can't hear about. So whenever I go on the computer with the mic, it's like this static sound, and it's just not gonna work. So on one hand, my phone is shit in the bed. On the other hand, y'all can't hear me from the computer, or I can barely hear y'all from the computer.
Man,
what's the connection?
That's why I'm about to crash out.
Yeah, because if it's not a gold connection, you might have feedback, which is what might be creating that static. So you have to have like a solid connection or no power of any kind going through the same connection that you're using for the connector. That's another reason why it gives you like a static feedback. I know what you're talking about. You like
crossing a power cable over like headphone cables or something like that.
Yes. Yep. All that stuff happens. It doesn't make sense, but you should know because you guys talk about the ether all the time. So so no fucking excuses now.
No excuses.
Because I'm half retarded and I know about that. So I'm just saying. That's my disclaimer, man. It saves me. That way, if I'm wrong, what are you going to say about me? Like, like, come on, man. If I'm the voice of reason, there's something wrong.
Yeah, I'm crying.
But back to those vibrations, just to finish it up. 432, you already know, is the healing frequency, which is another reason why the audio industry changed everything from 432 to 440 because they're evil geniuses. But 4 to 8 hertz is your theta brainwave stimulation, and you can hum. Indirectly stimulates those theta brainwaves. Just let you know, like what you were saying, ohm earlier, Sacred.
Yep.
There are other words that you can say that will create these brainwave or these frequencies. And then there's the vagus nerve stimulation that I was just talking about with Proud. It really does work. Like I'm a ginger. I used to get pissed off a lot really quick. But I yeah.
Oh, you on Witsit our ginger twins?
Yeah, I'm jealous of that fucking beard. But that's why when he said that trans joke where he's like, people think that I'm like a clone or that I'm like a trans or whatever, and I'm just like, dude, if you're a woman, I'm jealous of that beard, dude. You guys are all here for it. Yeah, it was a good one. But the any kind of humming, the vibration activates that vagus nerve, which encourages the release of like neurotransmitters that like see if I can pronounce this right. Acetylcholine. I can't even do that. It's like acetaminophen, but acetylcholine, which helps lower heart rate and promote a calm state. So boom, Proud, there you go. And then you have like the resonant frequencies. Depending on the tone of your hum, these frequencies resonate with the body's natural frequencies and can create a feeling of grounding and balance. That's 250, between 250 and 500. And then here's your tips for calming humming: deep breathing, Om chanting. There you go, sacred. And place of resonance. So humming into your chest or nasal passages can amplify the effect of the frequencies. So like if you really understand, like the Buddhists, like Tibetan, they knew all this stuff. I believe like all this stuff was like handed down thousands and thousands of years ago. Because we don't even talk about that stuff in our country. We'd rather give you a pill. Here, take this pill, and then take these other 3 pills that are for the side effects of that one pill.
Bro, let me find out. All I gotta do is hum to heal like health issues. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be so mad.
That's bendazole. And hey, every substance has a frequency too. So that's just like a, no excuses.
It's a fact. Everything's frequency and vibes.
Yeah, that's what scalar waves are, I believe. Don't they copy or mimic a frequency, or can, and you can then send that frequency over an area and give a person the effect of that substance without actually taking said substance? Is that resonating with anybody right now? Not to make any puns or anything.
I see what you did there.
But it does kind of, because Rife, doesn't he have a machine like that? Similar?
I feel like he does. He has a couple different ones.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's even a possibility. I should bring that up next time he's on the podcast, honestly.
You got one coming up with Rife?
Well, he when I had him on, I think November 25th, somewhere around there last year, and we had a good conversation. It was like 2-3 hours, something like that. And he's going to send me one of his machines, and he wanted Zach and I to use it. And then when we have him on again, we were going to talk about like the effects. So, which is going to be pretty cool.
That's awesome. I think we got is that Amphibious? Yeah, Amphibious J, and then we fight over the Mr. X.
Yo, happy stationary Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good to be here, everybody. I heard a lot of talk about Bitcoin, so I got to come try and defend some of the misconceptions that I heard. Always. But about the frequency conversation, that was good too. I was trying to look up a doctor that he was a professor or something, but I met him at Flattoberfest in October, and he swore by this magnetic machine. He sent me a bunch of emails. I'm gonna try and pull him up and put his name out there, but he said he healed his mom from Alzheimer's. He said he healed his back just from like some disc issues. And he says it's like a couple grand for this machine, but it puts out a magnetic field. And that hits home for me, man, because I could use that for my head injuries. And I have no excuse for being an idiot sometimes if I healed my head injuries. But let me find those emails and I'll try and get back to you. But about Bitcoin, yeah, it might have been created by the government, but so is the internet. And look at what we can do with that now. Look how much information and good things have come of that. So I just think it's a tool that they may have developed. They may have been forced to develop by the divine, by divine intervention, and it got released to us. And I think, it's a powerful tool of decentralization, gives us our monetary freedom. I don't believe it was hijacked. I don't believe it was controlled. And yeah, a lot of billionaires have gotten in. And this is just for the listeners. I know I'm not going to convince anybody that has a strong opinion on it, but I'm just a nobody. But you can't argue with the numbers, man. Like the last 15 years, Yeah, it goes up and down, but if you zoom out, it's just a steady rise of value. And people look at it, oh, you can't get rich off of it anymore. You can't. So what's the point? Well, the point is that's where you store your value. That's where you put your savings in so that the government can't steal it through inflation. Yeah, you can buy gold, you can buy land and other assets. But if you look at the history and you just hodl, I like how D3 and this and that said, hodling was good. I disagree with everything else, but you can't argue with the numbers. Like, you just hodl, and over time, your wealth accumulates. So it's not a get rich quick thing at all. It's a protect your wealth, be a sovereign citizen, and ultimately it will take over the monetary system and completely revamp it for the better, just as I believe the internet will do for humanity in other ways. But it's just a technology, decentralized technology that branched off the internet, and it will give us our freedom from tyranny. And I mean, can you imagine if the government was forced to keep track of all their taxation on a blockchain? Complete transparency, and that's what the internet's going to give us. So, just for the listeners that are on the fence, Roger Ver talked a lot about it. I listened to that interview. Yeah, it might have been co-opted by the CIA or something, but I think it's more like they were forced because they either jump on it or get left behind. Same with these billionaires. And um, I did hear this and that kind of conflate CBDCs with Bitcoin, or say that Bitcoin will usher in CBDCs. But personally, I think that
That
could,
was just speculation. Yeah, I was just saying
yeah,
that that's like showing trust in crypto and the blockchain. Therefore, when they do, because everybody knows they're gonna try to change the currency because our dollar's dying. Okay,
yeah,
like you can
yeah,
see it, you can just plainly see it if you just look it up over
yeah,
the decades. And
yeah,
if they don't do something quick, within the next at most 5 years, we're gonna have the worst economic recession we've ever fucking, like, you guys, like, the Great Depression is gonna look like, I don't know, nothing
yeah.
compared to
I
what could come.
completely
So
agree. We just kicked the can down the road from
yeah,
2008, bailed out the
and
banks.
with AI and the blockchain and quantum computing and all that stuff literally being pushed in the spotlight over the last 2 years, that's why I feel like and why the government adopted Bitcoin, like why Trump is saying that he is gonna get a reserve of Bitcoin. Like, I feel like that's all kinda connected, but again, that's just speculation and conspiratorial, technically.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could see where you're coming from, but my intuition, I've been following it since 2013, and my intuition is that it is basically a libertarian dream. Bitcoin gives us the freedom of our monetary system back, and these governments have had to kind of go with it because they would just lose control. It's like shooting themselves in the foot because
But don't they have
it's
a ledger?
unstoppable.
Isn't there a public ledger that anybody can see any transaction, and all they have to do is cross-reference the ledger, like the wallet address to the matching, trades, and you'll know who's doing it. Like, this is another thing, like, they say it's completely, secretive, like, all your stuff isn't tracked, but I think that's complete bullshit, though, when you think about it,
Yeah,
because
I agree.
it can only run on quantum computing. Like, the blockchain can't run on a regular computer. Like, it just can't. Like, it can, but it can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, to run the whole thing, you're not gonna use, Windows 11.
Well,
You
that's
know what
why
I mean?
everyone has a node, right? Or not everyone, but the millions of nodes that people run keep the network secure and the ledger intact. And so, if everybody just has their version of the ledger, which is it synchronizes with all the other ledgers instantaneously, right? So that's why it can't fudge the numbers. So yeah, I don't agree that, or I'd never say that Bitcoin is total anonymity. Like, you can get tracked by the government on anything. There's no complete anonymity with anything. I don't think. Do you think so?
No, not even with Monero. Monero comes close. It makes it difficult, but there's always going to be a way to figure out who does what.
Yeah. So the point is that, they say the power is in the people, right? We outnumber our rulers, the ruling class. So this is just another technology that bands us together and makes them obsolete. It takes power and control away from them. So anyone that's against that, it just begs the question, or it makes me question their knowledge about it, or if what their true intent is.
Well, see, this is another thing where if you guys don't mind, when you talk about something that's digital and how it, in a sense, may connect the people, like with decisions and all that. But what if the electricity goes out? Like, this is why gold and silver. This is why gold and silver has always worked, and every single and people don't realize this. Like, if you look into the whole gold and silver over the last 265 years, every single time they've gotten their currency based off of that tangible asset, it has always worked, and the economy has never been better. But the moment they make a central bank or make an attempt to, and then they take that currency off that tangible asset and just print however much they want, that is when inflation happens. That's what causes economic crashes. That's 100% fact. And it's just like and they're trying to get us to push into the digital age, which I understand. It's more efficient. When you think of it like a businessman, it's more efficient. You can make more money. It's easier to keep track of everything, which is bad for us, but good for them. But if you take what used to be a tangible asset, take it completely off the gold and silver standard, which it already was in 71, has been ever since. It's been monopoly money literally ever since.
Yep.
What is it? 80% of the currency that's in circulation right now was all printed towards during COVID.
Yep.
Which is crazy. Actually, I don't even want to give it 4 years. I just want to give it those first 2 years, is when the Federal Reserve was just going crazy.
Brenner went burr.
Yes. And like, they're trying to get us to push into the Bitcoin. And I understand that. But what happens when you take all that off and then they flip the switch and guess what? It's all gone. Everything's gone.
Yeah. Let me hit that point real quick. So
hold that thought. We got Mr. X has been waiting patiently. We've been kind of going on about crypto for a while. Let's let him jump in and we get back to it.
Oh no, they can finish up, bro. No rush.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Amphibious.
Thanks, X. So the government, I disagree. They're trying to push us into Bitcoin. I think they have just realized that's why, like, this current administration is totally against it. They're still trying to sell the reserves or not the reserves, but the Bitcoin that the US government holds from Silk Road, right? They just announced some judge cleared them to sell like $6.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. And then Trump sees it because I guess he surrounded himself pro Bitcoiners so long story short, I don't think that the government's trying to push us into Bitcoin. I think they tried to stifle it. They realized that they can't stifle it. And I think, Trump being pro Bitcoin in his administration helped get a lot of votes from a lot of people that otherwise wouldn't have voted for him. A lot of powerful people that just have come to realize, like Michael Saylor and those types. So my fear is the government will convince the masses or kind of trick the masses, and they will conflate CBDCs with Bitcoin. And they will just say cryptocurrency, it's all the same thing. They're already trying to do that. A lot of people, the normie talk off the street, they just conflate crypto with Bitcoin, right? Even though it's completely different. Bitcoin is completely different than most others. And I think they saw it as an unstoppable force. This is me being very optimistic. I understand that, but that's just my intuition on this. and they couldn't stop it, so they adopted it. They're not going to try and push it to us. They're going to try and conflate. The ruling class will try and conflate CBDCs because they have control over that. I don't believe they have control over Bitcoin. I don't think any central entity will ever be able to control Bitcoin. So, and if the electricity goes out, think about the pandemonium that's going to cause. You're going to have, like, your wealth is probably going to be the last thing on your priority list, at least short term. You're going to want ammo. You're going to want to, garden, food source, water source, clean water. Those are going to be the primary. And small communities can operate with gold and silver. Yeah, they've been a staple this whole, for as long as we can remember. So, but I think those will be very rare, like communities that can function off those in this kind of times. Because if the electricity goes out, the power grid completely shut down, you're going to have a mass rush for food and water. People are going to be attacking each other like animals, right? So I think that will be the least concern, is like, oh, Bitcoin doesn't work anymore. I don't have my dollars. I should have bought gold. And I'm not saying not to buy gold, but buy precious metals, diversify your savings,
Diversify, get it all.
But you can't just
Facts.
shun Bitcoin when you don't consider the positive benefits and the fact that, I think it's an objective fact that it gives the power back to us, just like the internet gives us the power of information back to
Yo,
all the people.
Something, Amphibious, I think it would be better if we can get to a point where there's some physical system that's tied in. I don't think the all digital method is going to be the way. It's great, but I think there always needs to be a physical counterpart to it. And if we can get there, if we can develop something along those lines, then I think that's when it's going to be so strong. Like, everybody's going to be able to use it. Everybody's going to have it. You won't need a phone or a smartphone to use it and get into that economy.
Well,
You just need, yeah.
The downside, sorry to cut you off, but the downside to that,
That's fine.
The downside to that would be it takes away the instantaneous capability of transferring large
Well,
amounts, right?
no, I mean, you would still have Bitcoin. I just feel like we need to tie in something physical, like a physical asset, into it, but not the currencies, not the paper currencies. Like, we need to make something else and tie it in, or have a completely new form of currency that has a physical counterpart. We could still keep Bitcoin as our gold reserves, but I think, like, we can't escape the physical aspect of it. If we do, then we're at mercy of the power grid, like Dissonance was saying.
Yeah. I mean, I think nothing's going to replace gold in that instance, right?
Well, see, no, now, if there was a way to tie crypto to gold and silver, like we do paper currency, but make
That was
it, that I think that would work, but you would have to base it off of a tangible asset, because if you don't, then the only people that are creating the value are the ones that are making the currency or the coin.
Well, that was tried. It was a coin called Dignity, and
I remember that.
It ended up being a huge failure, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was supposed to be every coin was backed.
I mean, just the name
by gold.
itself is
Just the name.
Don't buy it. It's like the hawk to a coin. It's named Hawk. Don't fucking buy that thing.
And Ronnie Moas or whatever his name is.
Hey, it is. How much dignity do you have?
I don't know.
Oh man, that's good. But
That's
that
terrible.
was tried, and like, it's kind of pointless. I mean, I think our fiat system should definitely be based on gold. We should go back to the gold standard. But in this digital age, like, that's what makes Bitcoin valuable, is because of those characteristics. And if you have it tied to something physical, then if you try and send it across the world, then you have to deal with that physical limitation, right? So I think if Bitcoin would just, if Bitcoin's still around, it would make it obsolete because it doesn't
Nah.
need to be backed by any physical thing. I mean, this is what I think personally. So as long as there is this digital thing, this digital age that we're in, and it doesn't end, then nothing's going to be as
Yeah, I
functional as
hear what you're
Bitcoin.
saying. I think
Yeah.
I think it from my perspective, what I'm trying to say is I don't mean backed by, I just mean counterpart to.
Can you
But I don't like something that represents the digital. Like so the digital is still where you have your value, you know, that the Bitcoin is it, but something that we can use physically to move amounts of that digital asset is kind of like what I mean, I guess. Maybe I'm not explaining it correctly, but
yeah, I'm not following, but I'm
no worries,
not
no
the
worries.
brightest, not the
It's all good.
quickest.
It's all good.
Yeah.
What's up, Mr. X?
Hey, real quick, before
Okay.
I go, I just want to give a shout out to Stone, right? Like I caught a glimpse of what he was doing on Ether Cause last night. So check that out. I need to dive into that. It's crazy what stuff he's doing, and it's awesome. And then I want to put a request out to Mister. We need some more live performances on here, man. Flat Earth Fridays is missing that, and you haven't subscribed or checked him out, go to his YouTube channel. He's very talented. If you're at Flattoberfest, he killed it. Yeah,
Yo,
absolutely.
Mister, you hear that, man? We got to
Killed it.
put together that Level Heads mixtape, man.
There you go. Well, much love, everybody. I'll drop back down to listener. Good combo.
No, don't drop yet. I wanted to show you something. If it drops me,
Get
I'm on
over
the browser.
here, Scorpion Head.
Come here. All right, let me see. If it drops me, I'm gonna come back up. I'm on the browser and it's glitching.
I'll give him a minute, y'all. I'm gonna bring it back up. Or maybe I might not even see him. So D3, if you see him requests, you can bring him back up. Last call, get your requests off, man, because we about to wrap it up. No magnums. Pause. Anyway.
Oh, real quick. About that magnetic therapy. It's PEMF, Papa Echo Mike Foxtrot therapy. Ben Sweats. Yeah, check it out. He was all about this therapy, magnetic therapy called PEMF. And I definitely, I not yet, but once I take some chips off the table, I'm gonna invest in one of those, and I'll come back with hopefully some good news about it.
Yeah, Amphibious, you could check out Rife Technology too and Miramate.com.
Miramate.
Yeah, MIRAMATE.com, and then Rife Technologies, RIFE technology.com. They're both down that line of devices that you're talking about.
Awesome.
Matt Rife, what up if you listening?
Yeah, he's awesome, dude. Like he was talking about, he's coming out with a electroculture device through his company. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty sweet. He's talking about having like an attached solar panel to copper. It sounds pretty legit, yeah. It's really simplistic. Not a lot of people know about it. When you talk to people that have been growing plants their whole life, and then you tell them about that, and they just look at you like you're crazy. But then when you if you know how a root system actually works, well, what do you think is making all that shit work? Like, that's what I don't like. Once you tell them that, then they're like, oh shit, yeah. But no, yeah, it's very effective. Very effective.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's so wild. The ether effect, just your thoughts. If you could hum just to heal yourself. I don't know why you'd be upset, Sacred. I know about all the time, that we wasted, but it would be sweet if
Yeah, that's a better way to look at it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it is a better way to look at it. I'll be like, yes, finally. But I'll be like, damn, man, all this time, all I gotta do is hum. You can't hit me with no insurance for humming.
I'll try and find a way.
Yeah, but once they attach a carbon tax on that, you're not going to be able to hum as much because that, wastes oxygen.
When are we getting the torches and the pitchforks?
That's never going to happen because they're just going to talk us all into thinking that those are bad. And pretty soon we won't even have access to weapons at all. We'll be using styrofoam forks and knives and shit. Just wait.
You really, that's your outlook, or are you just being facetious?
I'm being definitely not serious.
I'm being definitely not serious. I
good.
think X is back.
Yeah, Amphibious. I shared this with D3 a while back, and I think what he was getting at is at the end of this presentation. If you ever get a chance to up in the nest, there's a lot of talk about what constitutes ownership, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people going into NFTs specifically don't understand. Well, here's the Mona Lisa. I own this link to the Mona Lisa. Why don't I just take a screenshot of this nice picture? Now I own it too, right? People usually don't understand. People are actually more used to a non-rivalrous, rivalrous type of ownership. If I'm holding an apple, you can't not own this apple that I'm holding because I physically own this. So ownership over something digital, especially over IP, there's a lot of fights, especially in libertarian groups, of what it means to own something, right? So at the end of this presentation, if you look at the full vid, there's a link above that mini clip I gave you. He goes into why it doesn't have to be an either or of store of value or currency, where it can be both, as D3 talked about. So in your own time, if you have, I don't know, have you seen that before? Have you seen this
No,
debate before?
I don't believe so. So they're arguing that Bitcoin can both be a store of value and
right.
currency,
Instead of such like D3 was talking about, that instantaneous thing that can be solved in a form of an NFT instead of the art that it's been used for as a form of a contract. There you go. There's a useful piece of utility for something non-fungible, a contract where that ownership of the natural resources that is limited can be yours. So you can have that instantaneous transaction while you have that receipt in the form of a contract and an NFT. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah, and that goes with Bitcoin, right? You own or you are in possession of those private keys. That's why they say it, not your keys, not your crypto. If you don't custody your own Bitcoin and you keep it on a third party, they have those keys. And
correct.
So technically they could just take it. So
a lot of people who lost
custody,
a lot of people who lost money in that Coinbase scandal didn't understand that, but it's mine. They own those keys. So be careful.
That's very important. Yeah.
Cool.
You know,
Thanks
that's the next important and I think critical thing in all of this digital tech stuff when we talk about blockchain is that the digital ID. Because with the digital ID, you can control your own ID to a degree. Actually, you can really control your ID completely if that system was set up, but it's not right now. What do you think about the digital IDs, you guys?
Yeah,
it's a trap.
It depends if it's centrally. It's going to be centralized, right?
But we've never had this before in our history. Not that we know of. Like, and if you look at it, they're not going to give us things that benefit us and not them at the same time. And honestly, it's got to benefit them more than it does us. So if we as like society, public society, those that are like average, actual just average people that don't have millions of dollars, billions of dollars to check out what that world even looks like, okay? They are only going to give us stuff that they have already completely either mastered, perfected, or they're going to use it as like a guinea pig experiment, but that's usually stuff that we don't know anything about. Usually the stuff they give to us blatantly, they've already had technological wise. Like they've already had it. They've already implemented it. That's why when I can't remember who brought up the internet. Yeah, the internet's great for the people, but DARPA, the ARPANET, that was the internet before they actually released it to the public, and then they called it the internet, because before it was the internet, it was ARPANET that all the defense and intelligence agencies used for decades, since the 50s that I know of. I want to even say the late 40s.
Yeah.
I would even be willing to go back that far. And they've been using it for a long time. So if we think that this stuff is here to benefit, that's another thing, because once you go down too many rabbit holes, and the majority of those rabbit holes just happen to be backed up by declassified documents, other references, and just people who have just ad nauseum written books on the subjects. Okay. It's hard to think that something is going to happen in our benefit by accident, because it never does, man. It never does. Like, if you really think about it, when does it ever happen in our benefit? Like, this is what makes me to think that a lot of this stuff isn't even by accident, because if it was by happenstance, then probability shows that at least even a small percentage would work in our favor. And that doesn't even happen. So it's like,
Right.
it's hard. That's why when they say don't black pill yourself, I don't want to sound like all black pill. It's just that it does seem to almost always be black pills.
But it's liberating, though. It's liberating at the same time, though, right? People saying, well, wow, you're finding all this stuff out in the truth community. Isn't that depressing? Like, no, yeah, you're disappointed.
Well, no, yes.
You're
yes,
mad,
but
but
you
it
look
is
like a
liberating at
crazy
the end.
person. And the problem with that is, I think the less we go towards the digital, the more actual freedoms we will have. But the fact that it doesn't look that way, it looks like we're going to become more digital and more digital and more digital. That's less freedoms we're going to have, more control that they're going to have, especially for surveillance.
And keep in mind, even with the benefits of crypto, right? Think about it: big blockchains, truthful transparency, and yeah, that may seem nice on its face, but then again, they'll be like, "Oh, look at this jackass! He donated to the Kamala campaign." And you know how people are; they're all in their fifis, and that can have detrimental social consequences to me. You know what I'm saying? So there are some positive. There are some pros and cons to that. And then, yes, I know the rebuttals, and it's a very interesting conversation. But let's even remove digital. Some of the solvent bros say, forget digital ID. You shouldn't need a driver's license to go on the road. Don't call it a vehicle because that's commercial, et cetera, et cetera. We've heard the spiel. But at the same time, I feel the same. But at the same time, I don't want more jackasses on the road. I would like you to go take a driving test to know now the basic rules of the road. You know what I mean? So there's a
delicate balance, right?
Exactly. So it's something to think
about. Real quick, this is why I'm optimistic for the digital. It's because it's a double-edged sword. Because the more they try and pin us down, the more they get pinned down too, as far as like trying to be anonymous, right? The more we can see Nancy Pelosi's stock trades, the more we can see all this fucking crazy shadow government stuff going on, right? And as the internet eliminates privacy, it does it. They're trying to do it where they don't get impacted, but in my opinion, it's inevitable that the internet will continue to become more pervasive and everything will be transparent. Nothing will be out of the shadows. And what does evil need to survive? Evil needs darkness.
You know what I think? So I'm optimistic, but only if we come to the point where we control the IDs. When we're at the point where we create our own digital ID that's tied into whatever system we put in place, I think that's when we take our power back. And what I mean by that is every country, the way they operate, it's essentially the same thing. You are tied into an ID system and given a number, and that number is how you are taxed and how they keep tabs on you in many different ways. So I feel like the number and the idea itself is the critical point, and I feel like we need to have a mechanism in place where we are creating our own IDs that are tied into a particular system, and then we can deal amongst ourselves in a way that is it amphibian or amphibious
Either one.
is kind of alluding to, like having the currency exchange and things of that nature. See, like right now, like he said, they're trying to do things to kind of watch it and keep it at a certain level for most people, where they want you to go through the KYC processes and all of that stuff, especially here in the States. I should say there in the States. I'm not there right now. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Well, let me
Can I
ask you
throw a
both
wild?
this. Before you ask your question, let me ask you both this. So they say, okay, it's a substitute for this crumbling fiat system, which is inherently not based on any intrinsic value. Fine, great, correct, fair. But then you have these machines churning out, these mines churning out as much as you can for a finite amount, which is purchasable by this fiat currency. Remember, the people could type any amount of zeros in the system. Great, that's great that your finite system that's supposedly sound is operating, but I can buy it with my fictitious money, which I have infinite amount of. So it's just one step removed, and it's not like they can be part of this system and not have a secret system in itself. It's going to be full transparency for us. They're going to want to know what we're doing. So keep that in mind when you know it, you know the benefits, but keep in mind as much as we've been lied to and we presented stuff that'll help us in the form of a lie, how can this be used as well? So 4D chess it in your head, man, is all I can say.
Yeah, I think it's a cat and mouse game, right? It's a hunter prey. Once they come out with regulations or things like that, then different on and off ramps will be implemented or invented that counteract it.
That on or off ramp, that's exactly why I feel like we need the IDs, because again, how do they keep track of that? They keep track of it through KYC. And what does KYC use? Your IDs, your government given IDs. It all goes back to identification. When we control our own identification, we control that entire aspect of it. Then we can choose what currencies we're using. We can choose what systems we're using to exchange with each other.
Yeah, that's a great point. So there's going to become a point in time, I think, in the near future, where like we will demand from our government, or the government won't be able to, because of the shared information that everyone will become, showered with. We will more and more people are talking about flat earth. More and more people are talking about how income tax was supposed to be a temporary thing. More and more people will talk about shadow governments, and this will get brought to light. So change, I think positive change will come out of it, just because we will know about it. And we the first step to solving a problem is to know about the problem, right? So if you think about what the internet actually is, and you could argue like we are so disconnected because maybe our pineal gland has been calcified over, and that's how they control us to believe we're not connected. And maybe that's how we could like kind of communicate at least a little bit through.
Just try psychedelics.
Right?
Do psychedelics, you'll be fine.
Right, but I'm talking like the entire human race. Maybe we could like kind of connect in a different way that we can't now, because they've taken away our pineal gland or something like that.
Have you done psychedelics at all?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so if anyone does any large amounts of psilocybin or DMT or ibogaine or ayahuasca or peyote, you will have a significant experience. I wouldn't even say possibly life-changing for the positive. Like you'll never like, it's very, very rare that you come across anybody that has a negative experience. Literally, it's more confusion than a negative experience.
Yeah, I would caution people other
Oh, this
than
isn't
just
medical advice.
yeah, yeah.
No.
I would caution
No.
people other than psilocybin, like do psilocybin, but chemically, I don't know about. I've heard people going and doing the ayahuasca, and they fucking some shamans mix the datura plant with that, which should never be ingested. They call that the devil's. You guys heard of
Well,
datura?
we'll find a good shaman. Find like a credible shaman.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah, for
don't
sure,
look them up on Craigslist and be like, "Oh, this guy's just down the street. Let's go check him out."
for sure. But yeah, but you get into like that whole messing with entities and other spiritual realms that you don't want to get involved
Yeah,
with.
I've heard about that too. Like I was even called a demon because I had brought up psilocybin and DMT in a previous space because that person that said what he said just happened to assume that it's all demonic. But I have done psychedelics on several occasions. I've done DMT, I've done psilocybin, and I haven't done ayahuasca. However, that's on a bucket list, and so is ibogaine.
Be
But
careful.
I've never once ever had a demonic or negative experience. It's always been a loving experience. I've always felt connected to everything and everyone. Like this is why, like this is before I even came across Walter Russell, man.
Yeah,
And when you read Walter Russell stuff, you're wondering if he says he all that stuff came to him in a dream, but a lot of that stuff you see evidence of it when you take DMT. Like the dimension that you go into when you take DMT, which is still created by your brain every time you dream. Okay, I'm just saying it's not alien to your body. This is another reason why your body reacts the way that it does in large doses because it knows how to interact and digest that drug. Same thing with cannabis, okay? Same thing with ayahuasca. Like unless you obviously like find a guy on Craigslist or whatever. But still a lot of this stuff has positive benefits. It's created like people have been addicted to drugs. They've completely cold turkey just came out of it and just didn't want to do it anymore. And they just haven't.
yeah, definitely. I think society would be way better off if
This is another reason why they
those are
elite.
quiet.
Yeah, it's a shit. What is that? The levels. It's a level 1 substance, controlled substance. Most psychedelics are. It's been decriminalized in some states, which is kind of gaining traction, especially through the medical field, like ibogaine and DMT and psilocybin, because of how it benefits veterans, like PTSD. It's also there's been ties with, if you want to look up Amanda Fielding, she's one of the oldest advocates for psychedelics. She's been doing psilocybin, DMT, LSD for over 50 years. I think she's in her 70s. And she had a friend whose mother had Alzheimer's, a really bad case of Alzheimer's. It was either Alzheimer's or dementia. And he asked her if he should, because he was taking LSD as like a microdosing, like as a medication. And he asked her if he should medicate his mother. And she said that she couldn't really say yes or no. She just said, do what you feel is right. And he did it. And this is a woman who never a woman that didn't even know who her son was, even if you walk into a room. And he said that within, I think it was a half hour of giving her a low dose of LSD, they were reading poetry. They were talking about past memories as if she didn't even have the condition. And when you also look into that stuff, a lot of that's heavy metals and shit that
Yeah,
makes you like affects your memory and stuff, and people don't know about that. However, like this is why I'm like, because if you go to like Psychedelic Alpha, it's a great website. It's not very much money. I'm not this is not a paid advertisement. This is just one website I go to all the time. It is nothing but scientific papers about psychedelics and like the movement that it's going. And I would say probably within 5 years, most of this is going to be able to be bought like you would go into a smoke shop and buy legal cannabis in some states. Like you're going to be able to walk in and get psilocybin at a microdose level. You can already go to places in the United States and do ibogaine and ketamine, and those have the same effects. No negative, only positive. especially Ibogaine. Ibogaine's one that's really gaining traction. That's the new one that's coming up, and that's a lot with veterans. Like, because if people don't know, suicide rates in the military have gone up, like way up. Okay, Ibogaine damn near cures that shit. Like, people will say that their husband or wife went to the military, went on tour. When they came back, they weren't the same person that they remember or who they married. They will go down to like Tijuana. I think it's Tijuana and Southern California. Somewhere, I think it's Tijuana. There's a clinic down there. Every single person that I've read about that goes down there, they come back and they're exactly the person that they remember marrying when they come back, like a complete night and day. And that's just one substance. That's Ibogaine. And I don't even know that much about it. It's something I just came across like a few weeks ago. But it's up there, man, with ayahuasca and ketamine and all that. Like, I feel like that's why they legalized it, not only to keep the society like depressed and easily controllable, but for religious purposes.
Sacrificial.
Because I really believe that if psychedelics were legalized across the board, you wouldn't have hate anymore. And if you did, it'd be extremely rare. And all religions would be non-existent because everybody would know where that divine feeling came from. This is why when somebody brings up like demonic forces, I feel like that comes from your spirit, what kind of person you are. If you've done a lot of bad shit, and I mean a lot of bad shit, murder, whatever, and you do a psychedelic, you're going to have to experience ego death. In other words, you're going to have to be made accountable for every single thing you've ever done. So the worse the action, the more potent the experience. This is why I think some people say that, oh, what they had was a bad experience. They saw demonic forces. My question to them is, what the fuck did you do?
That's a good point.
What did you do? Because I really think it's soul-based. If you have a good soul, it's going to be a way different experience than someone who is like honestly demonic internally.
Yes, that is a good point with LSD and psilocybin and stuff like that. But how do you, what would be your explanation?
Explanation for what? I heard psilocybin, but I think we're crashing. Are we crashing? What's happening?
I hear you just fine.
Oh, Amphibious. I wonder if you rugged out. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I had a call.
Yeah. You said what now? What was your question?
No, I understand. That's a solid point on things like psilocybin and LSD. But how would you explain some substance like datura?
I don't even know what datura is.
So it's a plant that grows naturally, has little seed pods, and people ingest these seed pods. They're very dark and nothing but demonic experiences, no matter the person.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's another thing is just because it's a plant doesn't mean you should ingest it. Like that's another thing too, because obviously people know you can eat something that actually kills you. I'm just saying. So, but I do feel like everything exists for their own purpose. So I would have to look more into datura.
Yeah, check it out.
Because it sounds a lot. Yeah, it sounds like salvia, like similar to salvia, because I've never really heard any positive things from salvia. Like
I've
ever.
done salvia. It was positive. It was wild.
Oh,
it was wild, but it was positive. Wasn't demonic.
I hear like out of on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of the datura. I'll have to look into that. But like all the other ones, most of those substances, especially ayahuasca, are like old as time.
Yeah,
and they've been used pre-religion. This is another reason why I think when you look into history and like the Catholic Church and what they did and why they did it and how they did it was because this, like the sages, the shamans, all of them, they were a direct threat to their belief system, control system, whatever you want to call it. And now we have three main religions, man. Yep. And none of them, except for Christianity, because of frankincense. And there's a lot of stuff that people should look into frankincense. It's actually pretty awesome.
You talking about the essential oil? Yeah, man. I boil salt water, put that essential oil in there. Helps my head, man. Helps me. sprayed
There's
it
a lot
all
of
in my hair and my
medicine.
head. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but they also, when you read, like, I don't want to make this into a religious thing, but when you look into the Bible and you like, there's some psychedelic like stories in there
Oh yeah,
that
for sure.
people may not really think about because they don't want to like go down that road because of their belief system, which is another reason why I'm so open-minded, because I'll read whatever that interests me. I'll figure it out when I get to the bottom. But it's just, yeah, man, I really do feel like why Graham Hancock says that anybody in the head of state or a political position should do ayahuasca at least 10 times before they run for office.
For sure. But you got to look up what these evil shaman are doing, man. They're mixing datura with ayahuasca, and that's why it's fucking a lot of people up. There's a lot of stories of people doing ayahuasca now, and they're coming back not the same, psychotic issues, all kinds of shit. So
See,
look
now
into that,
I
and
think
that should be a warning for everyone. Like Dare should have taught us about datura. Like, don't ever fucking go near that shit, and teach your kids not to go near it. Um, and instead, they fucking teach us not to smoke weed and psychoanalyze internally. Bullshit.
yeah.
But you think
Well,
about psilocybin. Like the roots are connected. It's a super organism, right? Ants, they're a super organism. They communicate chemically through their antennae, whatever. And I think the internet will be just a way, because I feel like we've been disconnected intentionally by the powers that be. The evil powers that be of this world have created this illusion that we're all individuals when we should be a super organism. And I think the internet is just a way around that, because I think it's inevitable. We cannot just remain disconnected. So if you think about what the internet is, the World Wide Web, right? It's this invisible web that connects us all. And I think the more it grows and the bigger it gets and the more um, technologies that come out of it, the end state is going to be complete transparency. And the evil powers that be, they don't want that, but they can't stop it. And if you think about it like that, we'll become a super organism. Then to tie it back to the digital ID, everything will be decentralized because we will all be connected as one. So there'll be no central entity controlling us. And I think the first sign is going to be when people can read others' intentions. And I think that's coming sooner than later.
yeah,
This
it's called transhumanism.
You think so?
Yeah, you just described it 100%. You just didn't like say it, but you really
Why?
did. Like, but to
Why
make
is that key buzzword? Because I've heard transhumanists speak, and they're all against. Well, not all against, but I've heard other people that are like believe in the creator. They're like, oh, transhumanism is a psyop or
well, okay,
evil, right? Well, really quick,
yeah, go ahead.
and so I just wonder why that is a bad thing if it's going to connect us all. And I don't, yeah.
Connect us all together through what is the question? Because if you look at a computer and you look at the internet, you don't see it. You don't know what it is. You don't even really know how it could logically function when you look into it at like a very microscopic level. Okay, because you can't see the internet. It's like you can't see electricity. Okay, and then you bring in the quantum realm. That's another scary part, because most people don't even know what the heck that even is or what it means at all. But then you come across a supercomputer by the name of Willow by Google, and dude, they just released an article not too long ago explaining how they are able to get their computing power, and that they use, this is in the article, they use the power collectively across all dimensions. This is why they can actually solve highly advanced problems in seconds that would take a regular computer or a supercomputer 6 centillion years to actually compute. And I don't even know how long that is. That just sounds like a lot of zeros, honestly. But it takes a quantum computer minutes. And they explain why that is because they use all of the computing power from all the dimensions. And if that's true, and why I brought up transhumanism, what you were like describing, is because these people, I believe in those demonic forces. And I honestly believe from a macro viewpoint that this realm has a lot more to do with stuff we don't understand. Okay, like AI, what AI is, where it's coming from, and how you hear Elon talk about how the new god might come out of Memphis, which is his AI headquarters. And like there's just and you were just talking about, when you've heard about people describe transhumanism, it's like they believe in like this god. It literally sounds like they believe in it, and they're trying to connect more and more to that, what I would call an entity. And then when you look into AI and quantum computers and the quantum realm, it almost sounds like another dimension. 100%. A dimension that we can't see but has been around us forever. We're just now getting the technology to access it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what else is the internet besides just the shared information?
Well, you have the 8% that most of us think makes up the entire internet, like Google, Bing, YouTube, whatever. But
Just the surface, yeah.
Yeah, that's just the surface. The other 92% is like the dark web that people don't really know about. They don't even know how to access this, let alone know what a torrent browser is. So it's just, I don't know. Like I don't know all of it. It seems very fishy, especially when you look at how much money has been poured into artificial intelligence and now artificial general intelligence, which is going to be smarter than every human being on the planet combined. And I think
Well,
they're
that'll
already
be
there.
AGI is when, to my understanding, is when AI is at human level intelligence. Then the singularity is when super intelligence happens, right? They call it the singularity.
Yeah, and they're
So
already talking about that.
yeah, it's wild stuff, but
It
I
is.
don't think that I think that's a little separate than how the internet's going to connect us all. I mean, this is just me trying to remain optimistic, I guess. Um, I have two
Well, what if their
sons.
goal was to give us the internet to lead us down this path to where we are right now and how
I don't know. I
accepting we
don't know,
are to
man.
technology?
I could be being fooled, but my relationship with the creator, I've thought about this and really prayed on it. Um, and from my intuition, this won't hold any water, but my intuition personally, this I think the internet is divine. I think it will connect us in a way where no lies, no malintent can everyone will treat each other as equal. You will know others' intention, and that will stifle all um, greed, all bad things, right? Because if you're going to be ostracized, everyone knows you're trying to screw someone over to benefit yourself. The society's going to ostracize you. So I think it's going to connect us all. We're going to become kind of like a super organism, man. And I think that what better way for God to, for the Lord to spread his word than through something that can't be tampered with, um, can be shared, just like the ledger, right? That's the biggest issue with the Bible for me is like could have been tampered with, could have been things removed, things put in, and we have no idea. We just have to trust mankind. But if the Lord gave us the internet and it slowly takes over and he spreads the truth through that, I think this is just me being optimistic, but I think the internet at its end state is complete transparency and truth. That's just what I've gathered through my whole life thinking
That
about it.
sounds like the best case scenario.
You about to have triangles all over your face, brother.
I'm
Just
about
saying.
to say, man,
Oh,
they
back to
about to clip
triangles.
us up putting triangles all over your
Oh,
shit, bruh.
yeah. Bring it, man.
Inverted too.
Hey,
Anyway,
I will throw out the same challenge I wanted Witsit to do, man. Anyone saying Witsit is a chick, Witsit should challenge them to boxing match, some kind of striking. And if they don't want to do it, they get their card pulled, and
Oh snap!
everybody calls them out. And I'll issue that same thing. Anybody want to draw a triangle on my face? I challenge you to MMA. And if you say, "Oh, I don't want to beat up a girl," because you claim I'm a girl, don't beat me up. Just don't get beat up by me, and we'll see what happens. Right?
Oh, I like
There
the way
you
you
go.
think, man. Thinking outside the box.
Let's go.
Let's slide to Laz, Xavier, and Ken.
Laz, on you, brother.
Yeah, there's so much I could speak about what you guys are talking about. It's just mad wisdom. First of all, the internet, turn the www sideways, it's 333. I personally think it's part of the Masonic wool that they pulled over our eye. They want you to so the way I look at technology is they're slowly releasing back to us that which we already are. So when you talk about, super AI, AGI, singularity in itself, to me, is nothing more than your own awakening to the fact that you've always had access. And what they're doing is they're mirroring that in this 3D realm that we live in. And when you talk about them taking energies everywhere, that's what it takes. What I'm wondering is, can that Willow computer, can it hack Bitcoin, which claims to be unhackable? So let's set that to the side for
Actually, just to hop in for like 10 seconds, there's an article,
Yeah.
I can't remember who posted it in my DMs a few weeks ago. D-Wave just claimed that their quantum computer can now hack, I can't remember what bit. I want to say it's at least 128 indefinitely. So it's really
Yeah.
only a matter of time.
Yep, it is. It really is. I mean, it's the same thing when Elon talks about base reality, and we came from Pong, and even at 1/100th of the evolution, we will have reality, which is completely indistinguishable. And for that reason, and people laugh when he says it because they don't really understand it. He thinks that it's a 1 in a billion chance that we are in base reality. 1 in a billion, because if you assume everybody has a set tops they can come into. So anyway, that's very interesting to me. But I'm more interested in the why. And so I would like to believe that the internet, everything connects us, but I've seen enough deception, enough fuckery, where it literally is they're trying to play God and they're trying to do it through technology. I love technology. I've been in the tech space pretty much most of my career. And I understand the digital realm really well, which helps me understand concepts. And I'm the same. I read everything and I just draw my own conclusions. And even then, in the end, I don't know, and it leaves me open. But I do not trust Google. I don't trust Facebook. I'm only on Twitter because I used to work there. And, Elon, at least I find him funny, but I don't know. I don't trust any of them. But they're all tools. And tools, just like a knife, just like a sword, just like a gun, can be used for good or they can be used for evil. So it all depends on how it's being used. But personally, when you guys are talking about DMT experiences, and that's why I first put up my hand, because I know the brain naturally pulls it out. I've never tried any of this stuff, but naturally I've been able to, let's just say, tap into my DMT. And I didn't know what the heck to do with it when it first happened, because your reality completely changes them for no reason. And if you don't have practice in that, it's like training wheels, like good luck trying to make sense of it. But once you get a better understanding, you start to realize it's nothing more than tapping into what you already are. And they're trying to mirror that through other things. But the entire universe is within. And the more you go within and make sense of this so-called reality that is pulled over and you see it with the states, they have a corporation for everything. And you're playing within that and you're completely entangled. But the more you kind of are aware of the game and you realize that there's layers of this chess being played at the same time, and you get to choose which layer you play in, that's where I just say be cautious with the digital layer. And then the last thing I want to say is with ayahuasca, because I've considered it. Somebody who I really, really trust just told me that unless she's calling you, unless she specifically calls you, don't go for it yet. Because again, it might just be they put in that, what'd you call it, datura? think of deterrent. So it may just be, but some people really, you know, they lose months out of their life and they're never the same after. But it may just be again, because it works, they're always going to poison that well. Anyway, I'll end it there, but this is deep stuff. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. I'll just chime in real quick for two things. Here's the thing. Maybe the ether cause, folks. I know Shane's into it, and Alan will one day dive deep into the quantum computing, because through research, in a nutshell, it seems like they rebranded an efficient analog computer and just rebranded it digital. Because what is the most fundamental mechanics of a quantum computer, whether it be Willow or D-Wave for Google? It's the qubit. And what's the necessary condition of the qubit? It's that that superposition, right? That superposition. Classic computers are operated in zeros and ones, zero being off.
I'm going to drop down because I don't hear if someone's talking. I will give a chance for somebody else to speak.
No doubt, bro. So zeros being off, one being on. The quantum qubit supposedly is on and off at the same time. I'm sorry, the cat is alive and dead at the same time. We know that was a joke that people ran with, and the qubit is not anything different. We can't have a qubit be in two states at the same time, right? The measuring mechanic that it says happens is that the measure the spin of an electron, or if you believe a photon, the position of the photon, and then it collapses that wave function to be a 0 or 1. So what's going on with the fundamental mechanics? I like to get to the nuts and bolts of how it's operating. And there's, at your own leisure, take a look at the qubit and ask yourself, are you saying that this contradiction can exist in reality because you want to believe on these positive aspects of this machine? Contradiction can't exist in reality. And I'll just leave it at that. I won't go back and forth. One day, I'll ask Shane if he probably wanted to dive into that project. But D3 asked earlier, and Saker pretty much answered the question about the concaver, and I'll gloss over it since he already answered the question, and I'll let you know my angle going on forward, especially in 2025. It's not going to be a cluster F. It's just not. As much as I can do at my angle, I'm just not going to allow it, because I see how it can be, and we can legit get down to the basics of what you guys are trying to get through. And Sacred, you're right. I can't look at 7 negative experiences with concaver and says most of these guys are unhinged. It could have been just 7 bad people that I talked to. There's got to be 1 or 2 out there, like the gentleman earlier. That's probably the most civil concaver I've heard speak. That's pretty awesome. So in a nutshell, 3 from the last at this point in the nest, both of them have to solve for the value of X. I'll give you a second to take a look. And Sacred already answered. What do I mean by solve for the value of X? Auditory, he answered, but there's some people like to read and get some visuals. So for you visual learners, everybody is discovering kinematic equivalences. That's the nuts and bolts of this. Everybody's discovering kinematic equivalence, whether it be measurements, cause and effect testings. That's what's going on a lot. And here's what we have to address. We know that what's horizontal is level, right? For those of you who don't believe that, shout out to Bev Try Thinking. He will pound that notion into your mind incessantly. What's horizontal is level. Nobody disputes that, right? But what does that mean, right? If horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, which is that plumb line, okay, that's significant. Both of these guys, the concavers and Gould birthers, have to believe that horizontal is a line segment on a curve. They have to. There's been recent new analogies of a Home Depot. For those of you who want to adopt that new analogy, same difference. You can't have horizontal be a continuous line in your model. Both of you have to acknowledge that. So what does that mean? It has to mean what is going on with this vertical plumb line? What is causing it to deflect? And how do you know so? You can't know something is deflecting unless you measure it relative to something else. And what is that measurement relative to something else going to be? And if you're going to have that plumb line down that cave, and did you isolate against for wind? Did you isolate for magnetic potential? And that's going to be difficult because, like I said earlier, you're going to have to kind of get some large Faraday cage to isolate for wind and magnetic potential, and that's going to be difficult. but if let's say you can account for this stuff, now you have equivalences with the glow burst. There's, which what I said earlier. Okay, you have diverging vertical angles, and they have diverging vertical angles. There's a kinematic equivalence. Both of you can't be right because your models are different. They're mutually exclusive from each other. What is the value of X? How did you prove it? There's got to be some measurement, and that's why I talked about Brian Mullen's physical structure measurement earlier, because that'll put the end to all this debate. Because shout out to Taylor, she experienced what Stone was trying to warn her about with the theodolite. They'll say that that missing piece at the bottom, even though she showed her shoes do something similar locally, will disappear due to it going over the curve. Well, how much of that is going to be curved? How much of that is just a perspective thing? Because we know it happens locally. We saw her shoes do the same thing. How can we isolate? And that's the key word. Isolate for either or, because there can't be contradictions in reality. You can't have a cubic be on and off at the same time. You can't have something be concave and convex at the same time and have a kinematic explanation that'll satisfy both. There has to be an isolation. And I will try to do better and not judging prehand, no matter how many negative experiences I have, and not be frustrated. And at the same time, I hope the person listening who's confronting the idea goes right to the meat and potatoes. Let's trim the fat. Just trim the damn fat. Somebody brought up a great point early, or try to be as concise as possible. If you're going on and having a presentation that lasts 2 hours and we still don't know what the hell you're talking about, you might need to trim the fat. You know what I mean? So, hey, we all got to do better on that, myself included. And that's pretty much that. There's a lot of people that are believe wholeheartedly in their perspective of reality, but my slogan: get belief out of the damn equation, get agree and disagree out of the equation. Let's see what's true or false, because reality can't satisfy both contradicting models at the same time. So do the best you can, and shout out to the Rising Earther. I'm going to stop demonizing too, because I've been caught making fun, mockery, and I've noticed in some instances people are misrepresenting your take as well. I'm two unchanging reference frames, right? Two inertial reference frames can't produce acceleration. We know that. But listening to you guys you're not talking about acceleration, are you? You're talking about deceleration, right? We know that. So acceleration can't be in the equation. But can you have two inertial frames produce a deceleration? If one of those inertial frames lets go of an object that's within its frame that has contact to a medium, which you guys agree to, that would decelerate. So I understand your model. I understand your argument. I would like a visual to represent the mechanics of it, because I know what you're talking about, but I don't know how you are representing it, and that's it. And even the concave, this is an olive branch. I'm not going to try to drag it into Fridays, because every time we do, it turns into a S show. But you know what? I'm one of many that will listen you out, and I believe me. I'm going to come at it with logic. I'm going to remove all emotion on it, and I'm going to challenge your belief. And I promise you, as valid as it can seem, these kinematic equivalents are not accounting for what causes the forces and what causes the direct measurement. You don't have a luxury of having a Brian Mullen type of structure, so we could eliminate all debate. We don't have that. And I'll land it there.
Is that Xavier showing growth live in 4K?
Like a mini class, wasn't it? I was riveted. I almost forgot what the hell I wanted to talk about.
Yo, for real, yo. Yeah. Shout out to the concavers. Come on, Ken, pull it out the ether.
Yeah, so I hear, they were talking about transhumanism and how it can be a good thing. One, somebody has control of all the information, and you're talking about basically computerized, taking a computer and implanting it in your brain, so it can effectively read your emotions, your thoughts. It can know everything about you, your heartbeat, everything. right? I mean, there's nothing it can't know because it's quite literally hooked to your brain. And it sounds cool. Oh, hey, I don't need a computer anymore. I can just go to my head and pull down all the information I want to. Any book, anything whatsoever. I can Google it all. You know, sounds cool, but somebody controls all that stuff. And you know what a computer can, you know what they can do with a computer? They can hack it. They can reprogram it. Now, if you're going to tell me that God himself has built this internet and is in complete control of it, okay, I'll buy. But we know that ain't true. These computers are built by men. They're controlled by men. And what you're doing is you're saying, yeah, I'll let you put a chip on my brain so that you can get all the information you want. I can't hide nothing from you anymore. And how long before, even if it starts off good, oh, hey, we caught serial killers. We know people was, going to go kill somebody and we got them. Everybody buys it. And how long before, when you don't like something that's going on, you're going to expose something because you've seen something before they just start pulling people? Oh, he was going to kill somebody. We stopped him before it happened. How you know? We got it right here in the computer. Hey, I didn't have them thoughts. How's that in there? You don't know what you're talking about when you're saying, "Oh, this is a good thing." It's never a good thing.
Hey,
You
can I
can't
interrupt
point to.
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like you strawman what I said. I never agreed with putting a chip in your brain. I think the internet will just become more and more pervasive. You won't have to put a chip in your brain. I don't agree with that because, yeah, someone controls that chip. Also, God, man made the book, right? Man made a book and put God's word on it. So I think that argument's a little weak. And that's the thing. Like, as long as it is completely decentralized, that's the only way this moves forward.
How do you know it's decentralized? And are these men of God building this internet? And as far as I see, looking at transhumanism, everything is about putting a chip in your brain.
Yeah, I never
There's no
sided with
part of it that says,
transhumanism.
oh, you're just going to grow telepathy that allows you to access these this internet in the air or something. There's nothing about that. It's a chip in your brain, and they're selling it.
Yeah, I'm totally against that.
Okay, well, I mean, when you talk about transhumanism, that's exactly what you're talking about.
I didn't even bring up the term. I was told that I sounded like a transhumanist.
No, I didn't say that either. I said what you had just described was transhumanism. And you're not going to need a chip anymore. DARPA's already been working on this for over a year. It's literally just like a Bluetooth over-the-ear thing that you can turn on, similar to Titan on Netflix. They're creating one of those, so you're not going to have a chip in your brain if you don't want if you don't want the invasive. You can get the non-invasive, which is like this Bluetooth looking thing. That's coming out probably in the next couple of years.
So what you're saying is transhumanists, they believe that humans will become a super organism?
No, they think in order for human survival, they will need to merge with computers or technology to further the race because they feel like humanity is dying. I mean, despite the fact that we've been here for hundreds of thousands of years. Doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
So
I'm sorry, can I just say real quickly, but you guys are both incorrect. Transhumanism is about taking over the soul. This is an anti-God movement. That is what it is specifically. You guys are talking about something more like cybernetic and biocyber, like things like that, where it's like a mixture of electronic and biology, right? So there is a difference, just so we're clear on this. Because right now you have people who can access you and influence your mind with frequency, things that you hear about going on with the biodigital convergence that's going on right now.
yeah, Ken had
right? Sorry, I just
Ken had
wanted to.
talked about being hacked. They can hack computers. Well, they're hacking our biology right now. chemical trails, our food, our medicine, all the vibration they put in the radio, like was talked about earlier. So we're already being hacked.
With all due respect, I would really strongly suggest you don't tell people that they're wrong when you're wrong. Transhumanism is a philosophical and social movement that advocates for the use of advanced technologies to enhance the human condition. Its core goal is to transcend the biological limitations of the human body and mind, aiming for a future where humans can achieve improved physical, mental, and emotional capabilities, potentially leading to a post-human existence. Please do not question my intelligence when you do not even know who I am. Thank you. I'm usually pretty respectful, but I'll be nice about it.
Any response?
That's all I had to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn anyway, but I was just going to wait.
You spoke out of turn just to make yourself look like a schmuck. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't have like a definition sitting in front of me. I'm just basically going off of like the interests and the groups that are interested in it.
I just looked it up just to prove a point, but I'll land.
Why don't we let Ken just finish what he was saying?
No, that was pretty close to it. I mean, I think you can take the incrementalism that they use and everything else, and you can say, no, 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 this is what it is, this is what it is. But ultimately, when you look into transhumanism, it's always about merging humans and technology. I mean, they're talking about a merge. If you want to say, oh, we're just going to do this, there's incremental steps, but that's where it's all leading to. That's where they want it to go. I mean,
yeah. Sorry, continue.
No, that's all I've got. I just it just sounded very pro transhumanism in here, like it's a good thing that's coming, and I don't think there's any good in it at all.
Interesting. See, I think the opposite. I think there is good in it. I think they have conflated this movement of transhumanism with decentralized technologies benefiting the human race. Because I do not associate myself with transhumanism at all. I just know my communication with the creator and my intuition has told me, and everything in the past decade, it's kind of gone that way. I want to ask you, Ken, do you think information is information more accessible or less accessible since the internet came out?
Well, both really, because information
Net.
in
Let's go
general,
net. Let's go net.
net. Well, I mean, how do you go net? I guess it's a net positive because most information, um, they don't care about, uh, you know, whatever information you want to get on general stuff. There's more general stuff than there is specific things. But
Okay.
to me, the whole thing is about control.
Well, that's what my
Nobody's
next.
reading books anymore. Nobody has libraries anymore. They have a computer tablet. And if the power ever goes, you lose all those books. They can take them all away from you or whatever they want to do. And you do not have them anymore because they're digitized. Nobody has libraries. And so once you become dependent and nobody has libraries anymore because, books are so cumbersome and they take so long to go through and read, rather than just have AI tell you the key highlights or find certain passages for you, all of a sudden information becomes whatever they want it to be. The information you're searching for, they can alter it any way they want. And guess what? You have no way of checking it because there's no more books. You don't have hard copies. They'll walk you right into where you are ultra dependent on everything. And if they pull it away, you have nothing.
I will push against that. So we agree that as a net positive, information accessibility is a net positive with the internet. Now, my next question was, do you think the control of information, let's centralized control of information, has gone up or down since the internet?
I think it's gone up.
How
I
can
mean,
you
look at
argue
Wikipedia.
that?
I know a doctor that I have talked to. He's a physicist. He's retired. Okay. He has a Wikipedia entry. He's in there. And they had something wrong and he went to correct it. And some, I don't know, appointed board, people that he doesn't know, people that he knows nothing about, told him no, he couldn't change anything.
Okay.
They
So,
decide what goes in on his entry.
but we all know Wikipedia is not reliable, correct? Like anyone with any
Oh, but
level of
hey,
discernment.
if you're looking for something on this guy, that's where you go. That's where you're going to find him. And that
Not now.
information is all you have.
Why do you say that? Not now. That's not where I'm going to go. I don't go, it's not a trusted source. Anyone with any level of discernment knows Wikipedia is not a trusted source for information.
Okay, so where are you going to go? Name something that's not controlled by someone.
You can get in touch with him directly.
Oh,
If I
yeah.
wanted to
So,
communicate with him, what would I do before? I would have to travel who knows how far. I'd have to have a face-to-face convo with him, write him a letter maybe. That would take weeks, right? So
no, I mean, you can make phone calls. But the thing is it's not about how can you find another way to get in contact with him uh, directly. The thing is people are looking up information. And when you go
yeah.
looking up information and you're reading about a particular subject, it might refer to 25, 30 different people in there. Are you going to contact every one of them personally? Are you going
So
to fact check every single sentence you're given on what you're reading? Or can someone just put in whatever it is they want and you're pretty much going to accept it? There might be a couple of things you'll fact check and make sure that are right because, it's important to what you're looking at.
no,
But the rest of the information you just absorb. Nobody's
my
going through all of that.
my argument
How-
is not that there are controlled websites that you can't trust. My argument is they have less control over information than they did before.
Do they?
Yeah. I mean, we had newspapers, magazines. Those were centrally printed. That's where most of the masses got their info. They'd go to the water cooler and they'd say, "Hey, did you read about this?" And that's their only source of information, a centrally controlled entity.
Right. And one
You,
paper in one city could write something different than another paper in another city.
you know
But
what?
then you've got
I
all
kind
the
of
people
agree.
buying all the papers up and all the magazines up. And you've got like what, 6 entities that own 90 something percent of all the news in the world. Oh,
Exactly.
so what are we going to do now? Oh, let's put it on the internet. Okay, so now you're on the internet. So what? Who controls that?
You
Well,
know, I
that's
agree with both points. It's kind of like, okay, they have, so amphibious, we have much more access. Definitely. We have a lot more access. But what we consume, to Ken's point, is tightly controlled nowadays. Um, it wasn't, I mean, you guys remember, 15 years ago or so, it probably wasn't like that because the internet was a different place. But because I remember searching Google and finding a bunch of random stuff just maybe 8 years ago. And now I search the same type of topics, and it's a much narrower band of information that I have access to now. Um,
through those portals, right? Through those controlled things like Google. But if you know how to operate the internet, you can find the you can find plenty of alternatives that aren't censoring
true, true.
information.
Well, or censoring to that extent. True. As I'm
Yeah.
saying, so you guys like both have a point there. You know what I mean? Like we
I'm
have more
saying net.
access.
Sorry.
There are still control mechanisms, and it does limit. But if you know your way around the internet, you're internet savvy, you can kind of get around some of those loopholes. So you guys, I mean, you're both valid.
And
You know.
I would argue, so yeah, back before the heavy censorship, which I think is like a scratch and claw reaction from the power they're losing, right? They're trying to scratch and claw and clamp down as much as they can. But if you look at it, it's just they're losing. No matter what they do, it it seems to be favoring the people.
Yeah, I tell you what definitely does is the whole the blockchain decentralization stuff. I don't know if you know, but there's a thing called like IPFS. Bro, they can't control that. Like there's no way that they're going to be able to stop that, because anybody with a computer can help. It's like peer to peer. You know how peer to peer works?
Yeah.
Yeah, so dude, all kinds of documents, just about anything you want to put up there, throw it right up there, and there's not much they can do about it. Because IPFS is a decentralized peer-to-peer network essentially. Um, and it's how it works. Everybody, you install it on your computer, you run a node, kind of like how you do for mining Bitcoin. Only this is just a file exchange. It's how the entire Web3 works. It's one of the storage mechanisms for Web3. I think there's one or two others that are like mainstream, but that one is like, it's been there for a while. It's very interesting. You should check that out.
Is IPFS like what Nostr is?
No, so Nostr is a protocol where you have your ID and that's it. You can connect to any network that uses the Nostr protocol. So it's like your ID is not tied to one account in one platform. You can use it on any platform that uses the Nostr protocol for communication purposes. And they can use it for logins and other types of websites and stuff too. I don't know how much of that is going on, but I know about the messaging service. IPFS is it's a file storage system, but instead of it being like on Amazon Web Services, right, and being centralized in that way with a corporate entity, it's distributed. So I have a node. I run a node on my laptop or whatever. That node supplies files and provides storage for the entire network. The same way my Bitcoin node would be mining Bitcoin, that would be, and it would be solving problems for the entire network to secure the network. So it operates like that. It's a decentralized thing.
Yeah, I might have to get up with you about the Web3 stuff.
Hey,
Oh man, Web3 is awesome.
Yeah, I've tinkered with the idea, but I don't know shit about it.
Yeah. Check out IPFS. It's a pretty cool system. And so like any documents you guys have, you're worried about like Google ever shutting you out of your account or whatever, you can run an IPFS node and you just got to run it every so often.
Oh, you'll have to
So
explain some of that in the back channel or maybe on an episode in the future, D3, because I'm half retarded when it comes to that. Even though I build computers, that stuff is like, well, building a computer is way different than the new Web3, because I don't even understand that. I'm with Ken in that.
Got you. Yeah, maybe I'll link it. Let me get a link.
yeah, let me get a little woo real quick. I personally believe that we can impact our
Well, hold
reality
on,
by our
Amphibious.
thoughts.
Let's let Sign jump in here. Send my bad, and then
Of
we'll swing
course.
it back to you.
Hey, thanks, guys. I just want to be quick, and it was like a minute ago too, so I don't know if it's that relevant still. But somebody was commenting on like reality, like, and I don't know what part it was. I kind of came in, and it was just I heard a couple things that were being expressed, and I just wanted to chime in. I think it was someone was talking about a collectiveness, like a consciousness, or at least it sparked it, because this is something I've been like obsessing over lately. And I feel like there is this this deliberate attack on the general population, like meaning everybody. And I don't know if elites would be left out of this, because right now there's a lot of like some would say that some would agree, some would disagree that there's a lot of radiation being dumped on us on an evening basis, daily basis, what have you. And a lot of people feel like some of that stuff isn't actually making an effect. So it's an interesting conversation, to say the least. But one thing I'm thinking is going on is the fact that there's a certain gland that makes crystalline structures, and it has to do with, I believe, working with our consciousness. This is like the same area that is focused on if you were someone who was, say, like into like trauma-based mind control, or if you were someone that was working, in hypnosis or mind control type of thing, like categories, like MK Ultra kind of shit, stuff like that. And I think there's something to be. Annette, choose number. Sorry. There's something to be said about. I lost my train of thought. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it feels like there's, as I understand it, a few things that kind of, and this is tough to find a lot of information on, like what would be actually calcifying that gland. And it seems like it's EMF frequency and aluminum and fluoride. And it feels like that's kind of the thing, like whether you guys think it's going on everywhere, that has been proven that there's been fluoride added to water supplies in like major areas. I even heard of a case just recently where they were trying to address this. And even then, they didn't fully actually express it to I don't know, it was weird. I don't even know if they had accomplished the goal of getting it eliminated from being added to a major water supply. And I think that's something that goes up to it's like a really high level of decision making, and to where it gets into the woo, where you're like, okay, who is actually keeping this going or not? Kind of like the chemtrail situation. And maybe this is like why it gets put in such a woo kind of category, because it feels like this is what's being kept from us connecting to what people would refer to as their third eye. And for me, I feel like this is what's being robbed from humanity right now, is our ability to connect with each other through what maybe you'd consider the ether. I think these things are all like, I don't know what to call it, because it's kind of the collective, it's like a consciousness that I feel like is connected with all living things, and it moves faster than the speed of light. If you look at an old enough encyclopedia, like I think it's like before somewhere around like 58 or something, you'll see that they'll still have ether in there written out, and they'll say that it consists of ethions, which will be like, it'll say something interesting. I've seen one definition that's like it's 1.75 times the speed of light. And you're like, first of all, like, whoa, lots of flags come up, and it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean times the speed of light? That pops into your mind, first of all, and then you're like, okay, we're definitely being misled here, even if that was a concept that was once being accepted and now has just been removed, rather than there being an open discussion as to why that has been unaccepted, right? And I think this is where it starts leading you into, more research and figuring out that there are sciences and advanced, let's say science. Because this is kind of out of my wheelhouse. I'm not going to claim that I understand what would even consist of this. Like if this is more of like something that's more finite or more, micro than even micro or even quantum, but it seems like, this could be what we're talking about when we're talking about the double slit experiment, and something like a particle being affected, knowing that it's consciously being observed, right? And it's like the kind of same thing that blows holes through these concepts that Einstein and all these, people that have been shoved in our faces our whole life as being like the masters of our universe, and they're the final word on what's going on with, these fundamental laws of the universe, like gravity and shit like that. And it's really upsetting for me, because I know that this is just a misleading, like that, if you look at quantum entanglement, that blows holes through the whole idea of there being this defined speed that can't be outperformed, But I don't know, I didn't want to take forever with that. I just wanted to say that, and, sorry about the burst out about the transhuman thing, but, like, it's just like, just a side thought. I don't know why it's necessary. Like, you don't need to like throw in the personal insult. Like, like if I'm wrong or whatever, if I blurted out something and I am an ass, I'm going to get that on my own. I don't need to have someone tell me that I'm an asshole or something like that. Like, I'm always willing to have someone debate the concept or the thing I'm mentioning. Attack the subject, like not the person. Like I don't understand that. But anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for the time.
I think Bill was next. Bill, if you want to chime in.
Well, if ain't nobody else going to speak, I'll go ahead. Back to the transhumanism thing, you got to go back and look at the past. Back in the past, we had all the giants and everything, and they killed themselves off in the Civil War for 500 years. But a lot of people don't realize that war ended 700 years before the flood. So why did he bring the flood? Well, the fallen angels had Plan B. They taught man genetic engineering. And then when you start mixing all these things, plants and animals and people, the spirit just can't handle it, and it becomes mean and just destructive the whole time. So just keep that in consideration.
My bad, y'all. Just looking at these comments. Libra Lash, and we're probably going to wrap it up soon. I've been saying
You
that for
can
like
go
5
for
hours, huh?
you can go first, Lash.
Yes, you have.
Thanks,
Yes,
brother.
you have. Yes, you have been saying that for 5 hours. Continue.
Yeah, I got to go to my game and come back, my son's game, and you guys are still going strong, and now it's like pure fire. Thanks, Libra. I'll be quick. First of all, sin sign. I love what you're saying, man, and you're absolutely right. I think the one thing you need to notice, there's no disrespect coming from this, but when you came in binary and you use the thing, you're wrong, especially in a space like this, you're bringing your ego. His ego came out and said, yo, yes, words were said, but I think it's a learning for everybody that when you bring your ego, you're going to be met with ego. So don't take any disrespect to it. Try as much as possible to come in with the ego to the side, and you won't get that ego reaction. That's just my 2 cents. But I love what you're saying.
That's exactly what happened, man. And honestly, Sign, I know who you are. I just don't think you know who I was, and most likely we agree on quite a bit of things. Just so you know, just on that.
Yeah. And even Josh, like even you saying like about you don't know who I am, that's still ego. But I see
yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, I mean, like not knowing me as in like not having a conversation with me kind of thing, you know?
And I get it, and this is what I love about dudes is you can size up quickly, and you're better friends for it. I think you guys are going to be much better as a result of just a little rustling of feathers like that. And I don't think there's any disrespect. I appreciate that. What I did want to say is Sign brought up a really good point. And so this is the way, again, I'm always going to zoom out, look at it like from an eagle's perspective, right? If I look at this 3D reality of duality that we're in, if I was to create something that has duality, the container, let's say if it's light and darkness, the container needs to be something. If you look at the so-called universe that they're giving us, dark matter, all this, most of it is dark. I think that is symbolism in itself, that the container is dark. So try not to look at it as bad, good, evil. Just look at it like it's one thing is the container, and then there's the opposite that can light up that container. So when you talk about good, all the virtues, it's much stronger than the darkness, but you literally have to spark it and you have to create that flame. So that's how I look at it. There's so much darkness in the world, and it's like why and why and why, and it's because that's the reality of the world that we're living in. And for anybody that denies it, you can say the devil's trick is the greatest trick he ever pulled is that he doesn't exist. So however you want to look at it theologically, or just simple duality, binary, right? You have darkness and you have light, and it's constantly yin and yang, and as light, as light beings, we go back to that which we are, which is light, and we shine our light and we put it on others at a very base level. And I'll land it there.
Sign. I just want to let you know, like, you're right. We were talking about this last night. A young lady was reading a paper about what they want to do. Besides, poison us, the medicine will be poisoned, the food's going to be poisoned. But word for word, I mean, that's what they want to keep us from finding out, that we're all connected, we're all one. So you're absolutely right there.
In fact, we're essentially God experiencing itself through billions.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in and say, Sign, he brought up exactly what I was going to kind of get into when I said I wanted to get woo. Um, I think our thoughts have an impact on our reality, and maybe even as at a mass scale, the more people think something, the more likely it's going to happen. So that's why I try not to get black pilled. I know there's a lot of stuff out there that can get you down, but if you think optimistic and you expect things to play out for the betterment of society and humanity, then I think there is some power to that. Your thoughts have power. They go into the ether, and they're like seeds in a garden, and things grow out of them. So I try and just get people like Ken to think about the positive aspects as much as you can, because I think they want us to be fearful. They want to conflate good things with bad things and get us to not be able to discern the difference between those. And then we are fearful of the good things, and we suppress all good thoughts about them. That's just my 2 cents. It's been awesome to listen to everyone on here. So much good stuff.
Can I just say real quick? Yeah, sorry, but I did come in a little hot-headed, so I apologize about that. And it was me like blurting out too. So I did want to say, like, even like on that thought too about our communication with each other. I had a conversation the other day in one of my spaces. Flat Earth stuff comes up kind of a lot in my room, very often. And there'll be people in the space that'll be really strongly opinionated about either side, and then there's a lot of people that are just very quiet, right? And I think that's probably the common reaction to the topic in general, because some people are like, it's a brand new concept, but then they're like, hey, I don't know scientifically or in any kind of way, an actual like measurements or in science, I don't know personally if I'm right in my belief, and so it's like then that question kind of comes up where it's like, shit, I actually have never looked at any information about, the honest truth is like what is going on with the Earth, like, where's the numbers, what are the numbers, stuff that I imagine you guys do know, because you probably go over them every conversation, I'm guessing, when somebody comes in into a flat Earth space and then is like, you guys are full of shit. Like they were kind of ostracized. They weren't sure how they felt, and they wanted to be in the conversation. They wanted to be in the room, kind of like how I am, where they're like, I want to hear. I want to, like, what is being talked about with this? What is the information? And I think it was a smaller group, and I guess they were like, he said that he had a vibe that these guys were like, they wanted to know and pin you down. And do you believe if it's flat Earth or round Earth? Like, what is your belief? Like he made it sound like everybody was very pushy as to like give your like, are you with us or not, kind of thing. And I was like, God, that doesn't sound right. And I'm just bringing it up because I'm not saying you guys are ever doing that behavior, but you have a battle here, against society in general, this topic. You know what I mean? And you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, you're automatically going to be met with hostility and name calling and really hostile, like just like really childish behavior, because people will just think of the topic as being so absurd, right? Like if it's a brand new concept, that they just are gonna attack and ridicule you and shit like that. And it's like, it sucks, but you guys have the high road you have to take, where you have to maintain at all times and not lose your composure and not match that behavior, because they'll use that against you, even though their behavior is horrendous. You see what I'm saying? And I know you know what I'm talking about, because I've seen it happen in spaces a lot, maybe even in this room.
It's not this space. I know which space it is you're talking about. Like there's a certain segment of flat earthers that, because the burden of proof is on the globe, and so they don't have the patience anymore to, because there's a lot of time wasting going on with the trolls, and like you give them information, you give them the proof, and they pretend they don't see it, they don't acknowledge it, and they just attack flat Earth. So they're kind of fed up with that, and they want to know what you think. Do you think this? Do you think that? And why? And they're going to tell you, okay, it's this way. So I know what you're talking about.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that it might be hard for some to make that around you in your normal everyday life. 90% of those people are going to be like, there's absolutely no way the earth is flat. No way in hell. And if you just sit around just like an average Joe, they'll fucking shred you apart. You know what I mean? Even though they won't know a damn thing about the stuff that you guys are talking about, like the actual numbers of like curvature and size of things, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just saying, you guys have, unfortunately, and it's not fair. I'm not saying it's fair. It just seems like because you're up against the world, like you're the guys that have to maintain the integrity, but
We built for it, son. We built for this.
There you go.
Made for this, man. I love this shit. I mean, stuff. My bad. I owe you 20 push-ups. Was it?
Exactly. So that way, like, because eventually, if the science is on your side, if what you guys are talking about is on your side, that will show itself through, right? It's just, have people taken enough time for the conversation? Have they taken enough time to look at the numbers themselves? This seems like one of those things where you really, because there's so much deceit in this world, and it's like most of the shit we talk about in my space is exactly this kind of stuff. It's other types of fuckery from governments or controlling organizations. It's all occult behavior, right? Even the knowledge of this and the actual things to prove it is occulted. If you've noticed, it's all kept for the few. That way, control can be maintained over the masses. Of course, as always, it's an obsession with control. That and wanting to live forever, right? So it's like the two ways you can always find out where the elites are heading. If they want to live, if it's something that has to do with eternal life, or if it's something that has to do with being in control. Anyway, thanks.
Have you ever looked in on the chat and seen what the Glowers do to newbies? But they're sending them to us because ultimately they know where they're going to get an answer. The one they want or not, they're going to get answers here. Not from, people who are deliberately trying to conceal the truth.
Trust the science, right? Except real science this time, not
Right,
from
yeah.
CDC type science. None of that paid for science. We need the real science, right?
Right,
from
yeah.
CDC type science. None of that paid for science. We need the real.
Face audits. You are summoned. You are the last mic, by the way.
Oh, yo, what's up, brother?
Oh, snap.
Hey.
He's here.
Sorry I missed you last night, man. I ended up fucking crashing. I was like, I'm outie, man. I gotta catch some Z's. But
Tear emojis, man. Tear emojis.
Missed you, man. How did it
You
go
missed
last
the
night?
Globe Avenger Squad last night.
No shit. They finally came through. Oh my god.
We
Hold on.
brought Flatter Fridays to them.
Oh no
We had
way.
to go chase them out. Can you guess who we've run into?
Dude, I think I can. I got some DMs, so I don't want to spoil it, but go ahead and tell me who it was.
We caught Jorge in the corner, right? We had cornered
Oh,
him into a corner,
what was he
and
up
then he
to?
sent the flat signal to Blitz.
No shit. Oh, dude. I seen that when I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm
And they
lucky.
wanted to talk optics. Aha, you missed it.
What? The one time? That's awesome. Yo, so do you have a connect though to like get back to him?
Actually, I got to check my DM. I told him to follow me so I can send him some links.
Special
Because
Flat Earth
he had
Friday
some
guest?
questions on Mueller circles or toruses and all different types of stuff. So yeah.
Oh, dude, badass. I'd love to talk to him about that. My nickname in high school was Vith Mueller Taurus.
Was it really?
No, fuck no.
Hey yo, great presentations you and both you and Shane have been putting out. Good stuff.
Yo, thank you, man. And you inspired me to look at some canal stuff with the datum thing. I'll re-examine some stuff. It like, you know, when somebody presents something to you and like something else clicks that you forgot about or like backburnered from, you know, like a year ago.
Yep.
I was like, oh yeah, let me look into this whole water's flat thing again real quick. Let me double check and make sure there's no curve. Nope, they measure in small datums that are all locally flat, and they stitch them together and artificially make the curve over distance. All right, just making sure we're still on the same page.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier. I think if we just switch out the coordinate system and use one that doesn't incorporate the curve, we could actually just map all the data that's already there and actually create a model. But it may be in chunks, like one coastline at a time or something.
Well, I think the cool thing is like we don't even have to remove the curvature because it's not there, right? It's just computed distances from the stars, so it actually doesn't even fucking matter. Right? It's like the difference between a datum that's expanded 700 miles versus measured in like, you know, 1 mile increments. Yeah, dude, that game's over, dude. We know the ruse now. The curvature comes from the stars. Get out of here.
I dead ass tried to point that out earlier. They weren't going for it though. They were like, "Well, just go read these physics books, and it'll all make sense."
Oh, a book
like,
of physics, huh? Which physics book is the one that tells you about how that works? Well, did he give you a specific physics book?
He actually did. I got to look at the optics section of it.
Oh, please send it my way as well, please.
Okay, we'll do.
He told us we'll understand everything.
Oh, hell yeah, dog. I've been looking for someone to correct me on the deviation from the visual field from the spatial field. I've been wondering why when I look at train tracks in reality, they're parallel, right? We all know that they don't converge, but my fucking eyes, my oculars, right, converge them. So, you know, we'll rectify that somehow. Maybe we can take some cosines to a star and figure it out.
Bro, this is exactly what I was trying to tell him, but oh man,
they can't.
I wish you were there, bro.
Oh, dude, they can't. I'll have to go back and listen to it. They're not allowed. If you start acknowledging it, it's over.
Yeah, I just I left it as a recommendation, and then I just took in the information they were presenting, and I was, you know, just listening to see what they were saying, and I'm gonna check it out.
Can't believe you asked about Vith Mueller versus, dude. Like your boy's specialty.
It actually wasn't that bad of an interaction. He acknowledged a few things.
Dude, he really doesn't seem that bad. I heard Witsit did like a 45-minute convo with him once, and it was a really good back and forth because it wasn't like, "Oh, I'm going to intellectually dominate you." It was like, "Yeah, that's a really good point, but I disagree on this here," you know, and like it was like just a really good exchange of two people who seemed comfortable in their positions rather than like, I need to make sure I walk away with this with a W, otherwise my fucking life's over. Like it's not that dire, lads. Not that dire.
I've seen it get a little bad though. I think it depends on who he's talking to. I think we
Oh, really?
highlighted some
One
points
of
that had him
those.
think a little bit, so that was cool.
Yeah, maybe I got lucky. My interaction with them wasn't too bad. They did walk something.
I think we
Oh,
highlighted
really?
some points that had him
One of
think a
those.
little bit, so that was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe I got lucky. My interaction with them wasn't too bad. They did walk something. It's working with the celestial sphere and all of that and vision, and they seemed like they knew a little bit, but not like the perspective that the perception that we're bringing to it.
Yeah, the complete optical equivalence for celestial phenomenon. The fact that the terrestrial sphere matches the celestial sphere, even though the celestial sphere is a sphere of infinite radius that's being transposed onto a sphere of a radius of 3959, which, there's our optical equivalence because it's deriving the optical phenomenon from a sphere of infinite radius. So it's just like literally how we perceive it in our dome locally to the ground, so like mapping GPs to stars. So it's all based off of that.
We said celestial sphere too many times, and concave blast pulled up.
Oh, no shite. Did they pull up? Did they pull up and talk about how Battle of the Beams has an incline angle of, what would it be? At least 2 to 3 degrees. Is that what happened?
Oh no, they pulled up and called me a coward.
Oh, hell yeah.
One of them did. The other one was pretty cool though.
You know what's crazy? Well, I don't know. Anyway, concave lads, dude. That's what's up. We share the same coordinate system. We're all brothers. We're Laddie and Longy. Yeah, we're Laddie and Longy brothers, dog. There's no need for us to fight. We're all using the same Laddie and Longy, boys, to derive our cosmology. Let's not start one-upping on each other like who's got the better model. They're all, spoiler alert, they're all the same. a dipole. What is it? A double dipole? No, it was the, what do you call it? So the Gleason's map is a northern azimuthal projection. So I've seen some concavers using a southern azimuthal projection because like we almost never see one from the perspective of Antarctica being the center. And then it has like the dipole for the north and the south because it just like kind of inverts it. And then the whole map itself is like rotated off 90 degrees. So they're like, this is our dipole sphere inverted, that wraps around on the inside concave model. And it's like, that's a Gleason's map offset by 90 degrees and inverted from the polar axis, dog. It's not a fucking map of something different.
I will say, shout out to Joe. He did put together a nice little concise list of common ground between concave and flat.
Nice.
That's the type of stuff I like, man.
Hell yeah.
Stationary, containment, local sun and moon, stars, luminaries, God created heaven and earth, gravity like electrostatics, ether's real, and probably more, quote unquote.
I mean, if they want to have conceptual curvature, I'm not going to take it from them. I'm not going to fly a plane through a radar system to take it from them, dog. They can, welcome aboard, brothers.
Shout out to the cellular lads.
Cellular lifestyle.
You feel me? Son, I see your hand up. I think Laz had his hand up right before you. And I see my man Justin in the building. Shout out, Justin. We can slide to you in just a second. Laz, you want to jump in with something more?
You know what? Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I talked enough, and I like hearing Alan. So
the feeling is mutual. I like hearing myself. Just kidding.
Yo, this guy.
Sacred. Where can we get a cannonball engine? I want that. I want to be the first kid on my block to have a cannonball engine.
www.cannonballengine.com /buy.
That's where I always go. That's my first stop whenever I'm in need of a good cannonball. in a bind, you know.
What I like is their return policy.
Yeah.
If it fails the first 3 fires, you can get your full money back, or they'll replace it.
I thought it was like if you're still alive after the second try, you can bring it back for a refund.
Yeah, there is one of those in there.
Heard to do combined shipping.
Hey guys, can I just test market something? Because my buddy started a podcast and it's on this point of cannonballs. He called it hand jobs and hand grenades because of the stuff that we do, the self-destructive stuff that turns into a hand grenade. Now, is that something or is that nothing?
It's not
Wouldn't a
nothing.
cannonball?
No, it's bowling balls. Shooting bowling balls out the back of the boat, tossing them out to gain forward momentum.
When I heard that name, I'm like, yo, you got to do that podcast.
That would be a trebuchet or a cannon if you want to use a bowling ball engine.
Trying to engage in a little siege warfare, Libra? Trying to get sieged
No,
up?
they. I don't know. It just sounded so funny. It's like, what would it be like to have something like that?
Yeah, I agree, dude. Doing a siege would be awesome.
I don't want to like deter the room with a weird question. And maybe this is not so weird.
That's exactly what you're gonna do, aren't
That's
you?
exactly what I'm about to do. No, it may be a short response to this. There's an interesting assumption that I've noticed that with the belief in the flat Earth model, is it fair to say that the majority of people are people who would be inclined to have their belief in a single deity, like one creator? Like, that meaning if there is design, if we are in a system, machine, something of design, does it mean it's divinely designed? Or is there people who have more of this is, future human fuckery design that, kind of more in the wheelhouse that I feel things are going in, right? Like we see the
I was still an atheist. I was still an atheist when I came to flat Earth. When I realized we're in a realm,
Right. I guess so that's like my question. Is it like assumed that if this is a realm, if this is a designed environment, with a dome and all that, do people default to, that must mean there is God, or is it default to, that must mean this is mankind's fuckery? I guess that's my intrigue.
Can I take this? I got one simple answer.
He set you up for a pre-dunk, bro. Send it.
All right, yeah, I'm a last dunk on this. So again, it's binary thinking. Yo, they actually called it last dunk. I have a 1 foot 2 hand in university. It was a sure thing, better than a layup.
I thought you said lad dunk. I was like, damn, we just took over the whole sports industry.
No, the last dunk is very Kawhi, very efficient. No,
it's like, very Kawhi.
Just get it in. Yeah, like Kawhi Leonard.
Oh,
if you guys watch him play,
junior prom.
It's very autistic.
Alan getting all the basketball references. He updating all the lingo.
Yeah, you get it. You get it, man. You get it. It's like you came and block it because it's just like, how did that even go down? It's just efficient. All right, so try not to think of it so binary. So my best explanation to this sign is yes. So when I think of flat, what I think is transmuting anything between me and the creator, right? So I'm going to transmute that. So it's there's me and then there's a creator, and I don't let anybody above that, right? Because no man has dominion over another man once you understand there's a creator. Now, if you take a step back, that creator could be you, sign. You created this realm that you came into, and you told all your buddies, yo, let's come here and let's have a great time and let's figure it out. Now, so there could be many creators, but there would still be one creator at the end. So my answer to you is there could be infinite, but there's still one that created it all. And that's where you that's where there's the one eventually. That's the interesting thing.
Dude, Laz with the pre-dunk from the top of the key.
Bro, that was from the free throw. 1 foot on the line.
Nice.
So it's fair to say that, this could be a fabricated reality. We could be in a simulation. I don't know how to say it, like Mr. Bashir's there. Simulation. his soliloquy, I think he calls it. Like
more like a Shakespearean tragedy where everybody dies and decays.
Yeah, so it's like it could either be in that or thank you. I just never can get it right. I need to dig into him a little bit more, I think, actually, now that I'm talking about this. But yeah, it's because I feel like there is definitely signs of fuckery, like that this is a controlled environment. I'm like, from the perspective I've been coming at it lately, I feel like, people have it kind of wrong with the aliens from an outer area. Aliens are from an extra territory, right? Meaning inner Earth.
Shh,
Right?
don't say it. Don't say outer ponder.
maybe
Don't
maybe
say
you
it.
guys hate that concept. I don't know, but
No, I'm just messing with you. The inside joke. Continue.
But that idea that we have sub layers to where we're at, where there's people living, and I mean, if you look at like the fuckery of the Smithsonian, you can kind of see that there's a heavy interest in keeping the idea of giants way out of the conversation, right? Like they really don't want that to such a degree. They went and destroyed as much as they could of the old world that had any symbolism of oversized this, overdone that, like large this, large that, and to the point where like, do we really have any artifacts anywhere, any official museums or anything where they're showing things that are actually scaled for a larger human being? And I would be willing to bet probably not a thing that's an official like public type of viewing, promoted by the United Nations kind of thing. I feel like there is an extreme desperate desire to keep us far away from the idea of giants, right? Maybe this has something to do with the biblical narrative as well. We're supposed to believe that the flood was successful in wiping out all of these beings. I don't think so. That's just me, right? And I think this has to do with the extra territories, the idea that, there's these fuckeries, chimeras that we has to do with the extra. Look at, a pig. It's really like a mix between a boar and a human, right? Why do they have a human heart? Why do they have these organs that seem to match? And when we look at cats, if you look at the giant cats, they don't have the slitted eyes. They don't hiss at things. Like there's like this idea that maybe the Egyptians had been so fond of the house cat because they realized that it was a hybrid or something over these bigger wild cats that don't have the slitted eyes, don't have these reptile type of features. And then you say, well, if they're mixing reptiles with cats, would it be so far off to imagine that these wild and crazy cowboys wouldn't be down to try a human and a lizard or reptile? And then that leads me to be like, okay, that's why it does seem possible that we do have, the lizard people, the reptilians, whatever, that seem to want to just hang out in one region of the earth down below. And I think there is an element to, there's something down there that we shouldn't and don't want to know about, right? Like something quite impressively scary and large that probably was here from an ancient time, and we are like only having these few things that are remnants of that time, possibly, if that. Anyway, and maybe I'm a bit wild and out there with this woo type of subject. I'll just land it there.
Hey, Sign, just one thing. Everything you say resonates. There is, if you haven't looked into it, the Iron Republic. Look into that. I still have to go deep, but my understanding, and it's not at all knowing, is what I would say is I think that we are living in the most dangerous realm. And if there is extraterrestrial outside of this anywhere else, they're way more advanced. And the reason they don't come save us is because they know like the fuckery that's going on here. Now, the first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club, but like be aware of Fight Club, and yeah, it is good and evil, and like I said, I think at a baseline it is evil, and but a light like just a candle will light up an entire room full of darkness, and that's, we're just going back to us knowing that. That's my understanding so far, and I'm willing to change my mind as I get more information.
That's kind of the hard thing of this topic, right? Like we're talking about an area that we would have lots of information on, but it's been erased. It's been deleted, much like you see the Carnegie Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation. They work so hard to keep us dumb, dulled down, and damaged. That's why, hence, all this stuff, all this, aluminum that we're ingesting, mostly so we can give off a pingable frequency or whatever you want to call it, but at the same time, it damages that oh so important gland, right? If we can't connect with that, we can't connect with other. That feeling of like if you've ever been if you're a musician and you've experienced this state of flow, or you can even experience that snowboarding. You can experience it doing anything creative. It's just it's a sort of out of body, just slightly kind of heightened experience where you're not trying. It's like an effortless mastery that comes to you. And if you guys are new to that concept, there is a book you can check out that I had in college when I was taking jazz improvisation, and it blew my mind. It's the simplest book. It's a piano teacher named Kenny Warner wrote this book called The Effortless Mastery, and it's for anybody that's creative. If you talk, you're an artist. So don't do me that. I'm not an artist. I don't have any artistic whatever. Everybody's an artist in some form or another, right? It's just you don't understand that maybe you're doing that in an artistic way. And this thing it teaches you how you can be an effortless master of everything you do, right? It gives you a place to blast off from where you can clear your head and get out all the concerns about wanting to play good, get out all the concerns about how well it's going to go, all the concerns about landing that trick or pulling off that move or whatever. And it helps you get to a place where you can utilize this state. It's almost like being on a high and you're just kind of, you're more relaxed. You almost feel less engaged, but you're actually completely submerged, right? It's actually like you're completely taken over, but yet you're still aware of everything. It's like having soft focus, kind of like a mental soft focus to your world and everything that's in the back of your mind. And
Yeah.
it's a beautiful thing.
What year? I just bought it right now. Thanks for the reco. I make a rule anytime somebody talks about a book, especially if they resonate, I buy it right away. So it's in my Audible list. What you're talking about is The Zone. And at an even more basic level for anybody that hasn't played, and you're right, everybody's a creator. Just the act of talking is creating. You're constantly creating your reality. But what you're talking about at a base level, again, to simplest form, is just presence. When you're in the present moment and you're not in the past or the future, you're creating. And if you can stay in the present, which is very hard to do, but once you come to that realization, every thought, every move, I have complete free will in the present moment, and if you can stay there, that's when things open up to you and you get that flow state. There's another one called Grit. I think it's Angela Duckworth. We read it at my company. Everybody had to read it back when I was at Twitter. They gave it to all of us, and it's an interesting one about flow state. So yeah, that's awesome.
That's exactly what the effortless mastery is about, that flow state. And to me, it speaks out. It's almost on par with that. I think it's not far, if not the exact same thing as what we feel when we have a connected consciousness. I think some people are able to tap into that. Some people get it through a brain injury. Some people get incredibly smart from a brain injury. There's something to like the brain injury thing too that kind of co-signs with this. That's really interesting, but not always. A Kundalini awakening would be another term that someone would use for this, where you can tap into that greater ether, that collective consciousness. And I feel like that might be what these assholes are really trying to pull off here, is to keep us
Yeah.
dumbed down and damaged.
Lower vibration. And the truth is, if you look at your heart and the toroidal field, the heart is not a pump, it's a vortex. And literally what you're talking about, so there's this guy Echo, you guys probably come across him, very wise. He said it's imprinted on your heart. It literally is imprinted on your heart, and once you go back to your heart chakra, and you start creating from there, your toroidal field, it gets wider and wider. That's when you get back to your source, God. You call it Gus, God, universe, source. Doesn't matter what language you're speaking, and it doesn't matter, the shape of the earth doesn't really matter as long as you're awakened. Because here's the thing, we're very binary, that if it's not one thing it has to be the other. But we've already proven in science, real science, or it could be pseudoscience and somebody can argue me otherwise, but from what I see is two things can happen at the same time. So it could be convex, it could be flat. Now, I don't think it could be globe because the numbers just don't. But it could be a triangle, it could be a Rubik's cube for all I care. But at a base level, there's a creator, and I think that's where people have the trouble. And if you talk to people about God, they tune out right away. So I think, this is just another way of coming back to that, which is imprinted already in our hearts. I'll end it there.
Well said, bro.
Thank you. I don't even know what I say because it's not coming from me, to be perfectly honest.
Be for realsies with you. I could tell you were in a flow state doing some artist shit.
I was last dunking on this.
What up, gentlemen?
Hola, senor. How are
What
you?
up? How's it going up here? Holding down Twitter?
Yeah, I'm about to refresh real quick because as soon as you spoke, it started doing the echo thing for no reason. So be right back.
You're welcome.
Refresh real quick because as soon as you
on all the bloodlines and the secret societies and the chimeras and the cryptids and ancient legends and myths and mythology and everything else like that. So if you ever want to check that out and then get into symbolism, and then you'll figure out exactly who the Rothschilds are, the presidents, the kings, the queens, etc.
Thank God they left us hieroglyphs to help pin him to the crime. I feel like we're playing a never-ending game of Scooby-Doo.
What echo thing? Oh, you know what? I think I'm doing it now too.
Oh,
I immediately got tinny.
Dude, that makes me feel so much better because it kept happening to me when I was on Linux, and I was like, "Oh, dude."
Is that why you switched back to? You know what? It works fine on Windows forever.
That's a large portion of why, because it was like 4 weeks in a row of that, and I was like, "This is interfering with my Friday to a degree that I can't accept."
Yeah, I think it just does it to me every time. Like as soon as I came up here, it went shitty and tinny and echoey.
Ah, that makes me feel so much better. GG nerd.
I mean, look who's got Windows now and doesn't have Linux. I mean,
you.
What happened with overnight? Any cool stuff happened? Did Stone redo a prez or anything?
So Stone dropped his prezi on the Sunspots, which I'll have to go back and listen to because I had checked out by then and I missed it when he did it on Ether Cause.
Yeah.
And then there was So Dr. Blitz came by and wanted to know about the old Vith Mueller Taurus, and he had some questions about optics, and he wanted to get into an eyeball fight with you.
Dr. Blitz from TikTok?
Dr. Talk Blitz, yes, sir.
That guy sucks.
Yeah, but sometimes it needs to be done.
You gave him a slice of the Vith Mueller Taurus and the let's see, what's the extrapolation of the far.
I hit him with that citation. I definitely hit him with that citation.
Dude, I woke up and saw you retweeted that, and I was like, nice. Vith Muellered him, dude. So for those of you who don't know, right, we obviously we have a 180-degree field of view, right? And as everything converges in front of us, makes a dome ski. So if you think about that, like the limit of your peripheral, right? If you take your arms and extend them outwards, like across, and then bring them together in the front, that makes it a little dome ski. And it does the same thing vertical. But anyway, so that dome shape is produced by your eyeballs. And the way that they conceptualize that with the Vith Mueller Taurus, if you take like a circle that intersects the center of your eye and then wraps around.
What is happening?
It would basically make like two globes where you would have latitude and longitude lines that converge and diverge in your near field and your far field. So mechanistically, what that provides is dynamic angular scaling for objects, away from you, or like depending on how far away they are from you, essentially, right? So like, for example, sometimes like if you're closer to a small, like a building, right, it'll be larger than a mountain further in the distance, but the mountain's way bigger than the building. Like, how did we end up here where we have this proportional scaling to fit into your 180-degree field of view? Well, the mechanism for that would be, if you think about the near and far field as latitude and longitude lines where they're converging and diverging, there would be like an optical effect where depending on where an object is, it's going to have a certain amount of compression to it to fit into your field of view. And that's going to provide, what I call it dynamic angular scaling, which provides the mechanism for everything to fit into that 180-degree field of view. So like it'll either be like stretched or compressed based on where it's at in your field of view.
Right, and then I got my microphone was freaking out, but you apply different geometries to the different near, far, and far. Like, so you get like parabolic or linear versus hyperbolic, right, near and far, and almost extreme, right before it goes to infinity or whatever, when it becomes unresolvable. That'd be the best way to describe it, mathematically speaking, right?
Well, I like the best way to describe it is logarithmically, because that's like the most accurate way, as pointed out by you, right? Because the hypothesis that the curvature is constant, like Lundberg suggested, was falsified. It's not a constant curvature, right? Like you said, there's like 3 different types depending on how far away the object you're observing is in its angular size. So what that would mean, right, is you would have like linear portions, like maybe so linear that you would make a globe model off of it based on parallel light rays if you were using angles to the stars. Right, you would use that linear portion of your vision when you're looking up, and then as you get further to the horizon, like you were saying, it gets basically logarithmic because you're transitioning between all 3 of those gradients of hyperbolic. I forget the other words.
It's linear for a portion, right? Parabolic, and then logarithmic.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, the combination of all of those, just logarithmic, just rolls off the tongue. That's my hypothesis.
Well, that's the one that it's like almost the far field, but right before it goes to obscurity or infinity, right? That's why the logarithmic scale described it nicely, because it becomes unresolvable, but it's still like within, it's still there. Meaning that if you were to take out like a camera or something with a higher angular resolution, it'd be able to become resolvable again. So it's not like it's not there; it's just unresolvable to your current eye, right? But yeah, dude, the Mueller slices. That paper is pretty awesome. I think I put a bunch of pictures from it in there. And I think that the conclusion from the then he did slightly different, but he was, it's all kind of speculation. He applied, I think, hyperbolic, linear, and then parabolic, I think, but I forget for the near, far, and extreme.
Yeah.
Hey, I bet you that paper was from like the early 17 or 1800s.
I bet it wasn't from 2017 or whatever. In the direct measurement of curved visual space. But what's crazy though, Sacred? Since about like 1850, that's when the study for curved optics came about. So that's where they started the alley experiment, where they measured the intersection of the X and Y axis through your perception. Which, if you saw, if we perceived reality in Euclidean geometry, you would never, the X and Y axis, when they plot, your perceptual difference would never intersect. So that's pretty like that right there is just like, oh, okay, so GG.
Got him.
Hey, so one question I got asked when telling these Globers this was, at what distance is the personal limit, I guess?
Yeah, great question, dude. So when you look in the sky, you can see 6210, right? 6210 miles, like one half of the hemisphere, essentially, right? We found a book from the 1920s on astronomy that really corroborated this, but also Ptolemy's book. For those of you who think it's pronounced Ptolemy, it's actually Ptolemy. There's a P in there. I don't know if you guys can read, but anyway, Ptolemy says that the celestial sphere and the terrestrial sphere are equivalent. And remember, the celestial is like, an infinite radius thing. So they're just like making it comport to the terrestrial sphere, but they're saying that they're equivalent. And then we found another book where they were saying that, actually, you know what? Let me get you the exact quote because it's a really good one. It needs to be read aloud, as they say. Give me 1 second. I'll follow up with that.
But like a sphere of radius 3959 would have a maximum geodesic arc of 6218, right? That's where the math comes from. So like even though you're seeing expressing spherically.
So now, do you know if they do any type of verification for that with other optics as far as cameras or telescopes or things like that?
Yeah.
Or is it only based on our vision?
It's only based on how far you see the stars to be useful, right? Because if you're looking across the ground, like there's obstructions, you're looking through the densest part of the atmosphere because it's just straight horizontal. So you're gonna get you're not gonna be able to see that far, right? But in terms of like your angle to positions of stars, like the furthest you could see to plot out a star before things start to become unresolvable, like we were talking about, is that limit of the terrestrial meridian. So like seeing Polaris, like if you were at the North Pole and you were looking up, you would see Polaris, and as you move away to the equator, it sets into the horizon because of your optics. Well, that distance, right, is that's how far you can see it, right? You have to walk 6,210 miles away from it before that happens. So that is the limit. And I pulled up the thing from Old Astronomy here. Let me read this real quick. So this is from like the 1920s. This is: overhead is a dome of the heavens, which so far has been determined by the actual positions of the visual bodies like heavenly orbs, or by the blue sky, or by the clouds. It has, in reality, no definable shape, but which may be geometrically regarded as a hemisphere, right? Around an O as the center. So there's a diagram here. I'll post the quote so you guys can look at that in the thing here in a second, but I'll continue reading. This is not, indeed, the natural idea of the observer, whom the dome of the heavens appears to have somewhat flattened form, the horizon being between 3 to 4 times as far away as the region overhead. Oh, a little optical limit in the sky extending your ground relevance. Okay. And considering the cloudy sky, we have to remember, if we rightly understand what we see, we are usually the curved surface, we are usually at the curved surface, which looks flatter than this. We mistakenly attribute it to the dome shape of the heavens, whereas in reality, the curvature is no greater than the curvature of Earth itself, which under ordinary conditions is imperceptible.
I love that one.
That is such a good one. I love it.
I like when you read books from 100 years ago that agree with your current thesis that you thought you made up. You're like, oh no, never mind. Somebody already knows.
Like flat earthers made it up. It's like, yeah, bro, flat earthers made astronomy. We know. But we're not the particular flat earthers that made up dome optics, right? That was the Royal Society. Oh, but they weren't flat earthers. Boys, they were taking cosines to stars. Like,
since forever and always.
Using dome geometry of an optical equivalence from translating the two spheres, one of which is infinite and has no definable shape. It's like, let's not get carried away here and be like, oh, you guys invented dome optics, bro. All right, let's see, optics.
Dude, but 6218, right? That mile, that comes from the geometric equivalence of planar and spherical, essentially, right? With the observable hemisphere having an observable limit, or if you put the firmament height at like the same thing, and then you can math it out and do coordinate transforms and exist in Cartesian simultaneity, where things you see can be equally validly expressed in any of those coordinate systems, which, funny enough, is how you get the math that creates and corroborates the celestial sphere with the negative axis for the things that are below the horizon.
Yep.
I'll put some math in the nest real quick. Some nice pictures with some math.
So when looking through telescope, because I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't want to get off into an area I wasn't really familiar with. When looking through telescopes and whatnot, or even just larger sensor cameras, the angles are essentially the same, no? Even though we can zoom in and resolve things farther, we're not really changing anything about the angles.
The angles to the stars? Were you saying with the camera? No, that wouldn't change with the camera.
Yeah. So this is what I think, like, because this was the argument that they were trying to put forth, like as if there was a difference between just looking at this and diagramming things out to be this hemisphere and using other tools. And I'm like, guys, even it just doesn't matter. But I couldn't really eloquently put it how you guys just came in with the reference. That's kind of like what I needed.
No worries, man.
Next time, we'll get them next time.
Get him next time. Proud of you, D3. Killing it.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I fell asleep before Flat Earth started, and then I didn't wake up until like 9. So I ruined Friday for for my stream or whatever. Ruined.
Hey, we might double back on Friday way earlier. I'll see though. I got a busy week ahead of me, but we'll see how it turn out.
I heard
I think
there's
Torsten. My bad. Let me just get to Torsten real quick because Zoltakar has been super patient.
Hello, everyone. Hey guys, how you going? It was such lovely conversations. It was nice to hear some really high-level intellectual conversations, and I just really enjoyed it. And Sign is an old friend, so I came in just to back him up as always, and I saw you guys here. So yeah, I just wanted to say a few things. Like when you look at light to the stars, there's an oxygen bubbles everywhere in the atmosphere. Our light bounces off those bubbles, and thus we can see so far away. Um, so the water vapor bubbles have a very important role in the refraction, in my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Um, and our eyes work with frequency, they decode frequency. So when we look at a green, a red, a blue, there's a frequency there in a fractal, which is different shapes and sizes. And when we look at it, our eyes decode it. And that's why at occasion people are colorblind. Our eyes can actually be exercised and we don't need glasses, but we have to do about 10 exercises every day. And it's like stretching your eyes, as I understand it. Um, the other thing I wanted to just quickly share is that with radio waves, they use that in telescopes as well, right? Now, when you have a sound wave, and when we hear a sound wave, it converts into a light wave. So every light wave is a sound wave. Okay. So our eyes and our ears are both sensory organs working around the same periphery, but slightly different, of course. Now, but our entire body is a sensory organ, just like as I understand it. Look, I could be wrong. I may not give you the best answer, but I'll give you the best answer I know. But if you can add something to it, please do. But the way I look at it, it's more like an octopus. It's got multiple brains, an octopus, and it's got a sensory which feeds. It can sense everything. It's got visual projection. So an octopus can visually project its surrounding area and camouflage it. Now, human brain is got that kind of power, but more than an octopus, but different, of course. The octopus is like a crazy graphics card, man. Like it can sense and it can camouflage and it can change, right? So that brings the question: how does it sense its surrounding? Now, how does it do it? Does it do it with its eyes, or does it do it with its senses? Now, this is something I'm bringing up in conversation. I haven't heard anyone, so I'll give you my view. When it is in the bottom of the ocean, every plant form we see has an electromagnetic spectrum. A rose has a very high spectrum, and a dead rose has a very low spectrum of that, signature. And just like when we see death in the world, there's a very low signature, like sulfur. It creates death, it creates evil, like it creates bad things, right? So the when you wear wool, your when you wear natural products, your spectrum goes up. When you wear artificial clothes, there's an effect on how it affects you. It's insane. Like I'm not really done a lot of research there, but I could. You could all go ahead and do it. So I also believe that the clothes we wear has a footprint on us as well. but I don't really focus on it. But I don't wear artificial. So that was one other thing I wanted to just quickly bring up, because it's all interrelated. So frequency is connected in every part of our body, right? And the way we address health, how you fix your teeth, you can grow teeth with frequency. There's enough research there, right? You can change the structure of a molecule and make it magnetic, and then use frequency to do incredible things with it. There's incredible documentaries on it as well. But I really wanted to just not waste your time. I just wanted to say hello to everyone, and I just wanted to address that globe, the round globe and the square globe, because I really loved what Les said. He's such an intellect, and this is such a psyops in my view that best of my friends have gotten lost in it, and I've never got a chance to put my view outside. So I just like to put it outside because you guys are so awesome, and you can actually break it down for me, and we can get back to it, right? So look, guys, this is what I found. NASA used Adobe Photo before it started in the 1960s. Okay. So we didn't go to the moon. Okay. That's a fact. I can show you a picture of a dog. I can show you a picture of a helicopter. Same shot. We broke that ages ago, right? Now, the issue is that I'm not talking about science. I don't want to get into that topic. It's more about what it is. So look, we have a firmament on our planet. We can't break through it, actually. It's like the space station is right at the edge of space. Okay, so whatever we're doing around the planet is just sending satellites around the planet, pretty much. Most of the graphics is done by Adobe and done on those kind of softwares. Now, the crazy thing is, point one, look at the UN map, it's upside down. Why is it upside down? Okay, what is time in this world, sir, today? Actually, the sun sets a couple of hours after the sun goes down, not at 12 o'clock.
All right, lads and ladettes, I'm heading off for the rest of the day. You guys have a good day. See you on Tuesday for a Dayton Miller presentation.